$5,000. Cash payment to anyone who can prove that what lying son of a devil Farrakhan is preaching is consistent with the lessons, supreme wisdom, of Master Fard Muhammad Elijah Muhammad's representation of his teacher Master Fard's teachings.
Assalamu alaikum, sisters and brothers. Sulman Rahim here, Messenger of the Covenant. Breaker 7 seals. A little technical issue here, brothers and sisters. Some things got sorted, so I fixed it. I think I fixed it. So we'll move on. Okay, this is part 8. So I think it's probably going to take the rest of the week to finish this up. But this, I'm trying to get you a feel for what's happening right now and what you're up against, but primarily it's for those who are preparing this for those going through tribulation, because they're going to need this information. So I'm getting as much information out as I can, because I will not be here and have to record as much as possible, because there's no way that you get as much information in a week, even a month. We don't have that much time anyway. Time is running out. Time is moving very fast, brothers and sisters. Right? And, yeah, just 35 years. 35 years now. And it's taking its toll. 76 years old. I'm working on it, though. There's so much happening, brothers and sisters, and you're the target. You don't understand it. You're the target. There's no one helping. Right? You're the target. Everyone's against you. It sounds defeatist, but that's the fact. In fact, maker, owner, cream of planet, God, universe, you lost control of the universe. The universe is yours. This universe is yours. It's all yours. Every bit of it. Every square inch, every atom in it is yours. Maker, owner, cream of planet, God, universe. You lost control of it. See? And now it's time to gain control. Regain control of it. And you will. You will. Because it's yours. But you have those trying to steal it from you. We say maker, owner, creator, planet Earth. That's not just rhetoric. It's a fact, but God, the universe, are you controlling the universe? Right now, you're not even controlling yourself. And you don't understand why. If you believe that, then what happened? And see, that's the situation I'm trying to get to you, brothers. Says these clowns out here telling us that they have no idea why we're in this situation, how we got in this situation. They say Islam is mathematics and mathematics Islam, but they don't know any mathematics. They say, well, Elijah said Dr. Yaqub came along, but of course, that's an event. But you understand the motivation behind it. Why did we allow that to happen? Why would we put ourselves in a position? They don't tell you that. Why would we put ourselves in this position if we knew we could stop it? See, if you start asking questions, things don't add up anymore. Why would we do that? We masochists, we want to beat ourselves up, you know, and do irreparable harm to our women. Why would we do that? Knowing that we already know what would happen if we did that. What they'd go through, so we didn't care about that. We could avoid it, and we didn't. See, you don't buy ask these questions, because these questions things will fall apart. And I provide the answers for you, because they can't. Oh, I got messed with black, and they haven't deal with it. You got one kind of talking about God, Russia's God. Well, he got that from the Christians. See, he didn't even teach a lot of members teaching. What? And they don't understand. They will understand the man, though. Everyone will understand. Remember the whole about Pharaoh? As he was getting take his last breath, he was drowning. He said, "All praise be to Allah." Everybody understands at the end. Noah's flood, everybody at the point of drowning, they understood. But how did that profit them? How did understanding profit them? That's why he sent a warner. Why send a warner if you're going to save people anyway? He sent a warning so they can save themselves if they want to. So I'm going to try to explain a few things. Like I said, all the answers, and those people don't want the answer, fine. Because the angel of truth is the light. Like I said, this stone will crush anything gets in the way or break it. And this light is getting brighter and brighter and brighter. And the light has fire in it. So when that light hits you, if it doesn't motivate you, and it's got to motivate you 100%, whether it motivates you 90%, then you got 10% burns. If it motivates you 20%, you got 80% burns. It's got to motivate you 100%. You got to stay ahead of that heat. I try to get that point over to people. Nobody's getting it. Levi's sure ain't getting it because they're going to burn. Because they don't get the message. They don't get the point. You can't sleep on this message. So if they make the tribulation, it'll come through, it burns. I keep telling people experience is the best teacher, but it leaves scars. Okay? These scars. These people had this book for 2,000 years and couldn't touch it. Let me go another direction, bro. See, okay, I'm not going to get through all I was going to talk today. I want to explain something else here, brothers and sisters. I talked about this in the past. Well, maybe I shouldn't because it takes a lot of background information. Let me put it this way. The universe opens and closes, like the Quran says, but a basic understanding would tell you that energy, they tell you energy cannot be created nor destroyed. That means, and the Quran says all energy was here. As heaven and earth was one, then they expanded. So that means as the universe expands, there's less energy for us. We have less and less energy. So at what point do we have energy get so low that we can't do anything? Because you need energy for everything. You need energy to think, wipe your behind. You need energy to bat your eyes. You need anything. So just think on that level. That's a basic level. So if all the energy out there used to be here. So it's out there now. We got less in here. So at what point? And the universe, then it's going to start contracting again. But at what point did it get so the energy gets so low that we can't do anything? Well, that's where we've been. We're coming out of it now. But there's two things I want to mention here. See, we had the gender separation. The first being, right? Some things just go without saying. See, they tell, well, that was Elijah's understanding. Remember, Elijah said he said he could not even shine the shoes of the messenger of the covenant. He said, that's what's sitting there. He said, he coming after me, but I can't even shine the shoes. Not to put Elijah down. He just said he was a messenger. But the Lamb is one that no one could break that book but him, not even the God. No one could do it. So he was on a whole different level altogether. He's called the high priest, Melchizedek. Muhammad's the God. There's a Lamb and a God, both of them in Revelation, both of them in air. Both of them do extreme, spectacular things. That's what we get to. So as the universe expands, right, that means you have less energy. So that's like you put like rubber band, you start pulling, get tense, right? So at some point, that's dissatisfaction. Then you snaps, and then everything relaxes again. But now you got two things where you have one. That's the basic idea of divine evolution. I just want to get to 2 points of it. So the original being, and they said the universe 72 trillion years. We've been so-called beginning was 72 trillion years ago. 6 trillion years when the moon was brought into existence. That's 6 trillion years difference, right? Okay, so the original being was in a certain form up until 6 trillion years, 6 trillion years later. But it had to reproduce itself. I mean, unless you say that being this lives 6 trillion years, right? It had to reproduce itself. So they come with the idea, well, he pulled, the female was inside me, pulled the female out. So for that to make sense, then he had to do that originally. I mean, at the very beginning, I mean, it'd be no time passed because it had to reproduce itself, right? He realized this, put, that's totally wrong anyway. But I mean, that you have to accept that kind of idea. But there's all kinds of signs there. And I'm just gonna give you, the thing is 6 trillion years. That being, remember, what he had to pull what he didn't pull the female out of itself. That what they say, right? Then how would it reproduce? That means before it reduced anything, it had to pull the female out immediately. So if that was the case, what was the physiology of that person? See, it doesn't make any sense. What was the physiology of that being before he pulled the female out? You see what I'm saying? How did he do that? Just snatch her out of her? No. The bottom line is, I'm going to cut to the chase here. Bottom line is that the original being had the physiology of a female. Because it was one being. The Quran said from one being came all. One being. It was physiology, right? Of a female. It's male and female, the intellect and everything else, but the physiology had to be, because it has to have womb and everything to reproduce itself. And it's more than 6 trillion years. And at some point, less energy, we couldn't maintain that form anymore. Because that form was designed to handle intense pressure, but now the pressure is weaker, because that form cannot handle anymore. And I can go into more math about that. I'm giving you the basic idea. So that was a whole controversy about the moon. See, I'm trying to get a background here, because a lot of Muhammad said, well, people want to change the language, a different dialect or something like that. There's some scientists, right? Well, Arabic is the original language, and Arabic is gender. I mean, it is totally. I mean, everything is gender in Arabic. I think it's probably the most gender-based language on the planet, right? But before gender, you wouldn't have all that. You remember? Because you wouldn't have gender if it wasn't any gender. So that was the situation. When the scientists say, look, with dissatisfaction, we cannot take. That's what this Muhammad said was dissatisfaction. What was dissatisfaction about? I don't know, Master Muhammad explained it to him or whatever. He didn't say what causes dissatisfaction. Dissatisfaction was because less energy, we couldn't maintain that form anymore. They said, that rubber band, right? You pull enough, right? You snap it, then everybody relax. So we said, okay, what we're going to do, and the way it works, see, if you go and study genetics and everything else, okay, you got being, this being, this original being, he's got both qualities, right? The genetics has both qualities, male and female, in it, equal balance, okay? Okay, but at this point, how many people on the planet? 1 billion, 10 billion, whatever. So you got slight differences. Because when an individual has an offspring, it's identical to that. So those people looked at it like that was eternal life, like, because you produce an exact copy of yourself, exact copy, but there's differences, slight differences. I shouldn't even go into this kind of thing. I'm doing it anyway because I want to make a point. So if you follow this. So what happened is you can take the egg from one person, mix with the sperm of another person, right, internally, and then when you do that, because what happens is, and that's why they made that law where you cannot have children, you cannot reproduce with somebody close relative. Because if you do that, the two combination, they're almost identical, so one can't overcome the other. So you end up with something called a morphodite, which is, that happens nowadays. A person that's born with both sex physiology. Look it up, morphodite. That's what I said. Because I don't say we were morphodites, but I'm saying that the individual had the same, right? That's why we have breasts. We don't need breasts. Why did the men have breasts and need for? Because one being was one being. But the physiology of a woman, because they had to have a womb and everything else, right? So if you do that, then what you have, then since one is a little different than the other, then one overcome another. So then once you did that, then the child, right, would either come male or female. The child that produced as a result of that. And that's what science wanted to do, to create gender. And some people didn't want to do that because they say, hey, man, I don't want to do that. If I do that, man, that's stop my immortality. I'm not going to produce a being exact like me, because when they produced a being was exact like them, exact copy, exact. Right? So they said, that's me again. That wouldn't happen anymore. Because if you take from two different individuals, it's slightly different, then one unmasks the other, so now you got male or female. And then what happens is in that situation, right, since you separate it, then, because you have beauty and strength combined in one being. But now you separate, now you have beauty in one being and strength in the other being. Both have intellect. Beauty is in one being, one strength. So now the being, the strength got greater strength than the original beings did. He had more strength, and the other has greater, and the female has more beauty. I don't like to use female because that's came from the male. We came out equally. I'm going to prove that in a minute. So the being there, which would you refer to the female, is more beautiful than the original being they came from. That was more stronger. And people said, we don't want that. So that was thing. And plus, you have to change the language. That was language part come in there. Transgender, language come in there, right? Because now you guys put gender. Understand? Because now the language come genderized. And people said, no, we don't. It was against all that. So they tried to stop it. There was a gen. Gen is not a people. Gen is a concept. It means people that resist. We have gen now, but that's what it means. It means like a certain people are gen. There was a gen at the time. Said no. They tried to stop it. Right? And a big sign is that the weaker side, as far as strength was concerned, was the female, and that's why she's connected to the moon. Because they blew up the moon, so both connect at the same time. That's why you know that happened. That's a big sign right there, right? That's they came in existence when the moon came in existence. That's a big sign right there. So the point I'm trying to say is when you did it, you emphasized the strength in one being that was more stronger than the original being, and emphasized the beauty. So that's the baseline, if you can understand that. So what I'm going forward. We kept doing this, right? We initially, right, because this process, first, universe started expanding. We got to change our form because we can't handle. Our form changes, universe changes because now the pressure is less. We have to adjust. So first of all, we separate little things like microbes and stuff like that. Later on, plants, so forth, bring out of us, genetic process. We kept it. We turned genes off. We still have a whole. We still right now. The science will tell you we got all these genes. Most of them turned off because we have the whole thing. We have it. The devils don't have part of it. Like grippers, they don't have the whole thing. They have only part of it. We got the whole thing. We got all of it, but it's just turned off because we don't need it anymore. Right? We didn't need it right now, but once we start, we start turning back on again. Right, as we go back in time again, right? So the point I'm trying to make is that's how evolution works. So the point is you take more complicated beings as you get on until you get until you get gorillas. Right now, eventually you bring a being out just almost like us. That's what Christ said. A talking beast. They're beasts because they don't have a whole code, but they're close. They're close. They're above the apes. Just below us. See? So they're beasts. That's why I refer to them as beasts, but they can speak. They're intelligent. That's the devils. But the other side of that is that was Dr. Yaqub and Dr. Shabazz. The essence of what they was doing was they was making one last separation. Man, because we done everything else. Now we get to what's left. The brain is the fundamental part of us, right? See? So I'm doing this to get to this point here. Most fun. So now you got two sides of the brain. Remember the Quran, you got two sides of everything. You got the analytical side and the spatial side. The spatial side is the B. That's the creative side, and the analytical side is the technical side, right? But it's in one being. See, we want to separate gender, all this kind of stuff, but now we got there, and so that was one of the reasons why we let this happen. Because Dr. Shabazz, what he did, he emphasized the spatial. He emphasized the spatial, and Dr. Yaqub emphasized analytical. That's why we let it happen. That's why I had to get to that. Because why do we let this stuff happen? That's part of it. So now we have a being, the being that's come out of this process, Dr. Shabazz's process, Dr. Yaqub's process, right? Let me say one more thing about the female, right? Okay, when you did that, right, you got some, what do you call it, fallout or whatever? You got some beings, because you got some beings that was like all strength, had no connection to beauty. So we got to get rid of them because, right? And then you got some all beauty, so they ain't interested. They can't communicate with. So in other words, you got to have the being that you create. The male has to have enough female in them to be able to communicate with the female. Enough female has enough, right? That's why we have breasts. We still have connection with each other. But then you got the fallout, you got this, to extremes, and you got to get rid of those extremes because there's no value, right? And plus they got different heights because the males, those males only want to deal with males. If you only want to deal with female because they have no connection, so we get rid of them. That's like what they call it, afterbirth or whatever. You got the same thing here. Okay. So the process comes. We get someone like Master Fard Muhammad, who's highly technical. And that's a Shia also. They're highly technical. But they got enough spatial to connect with us. And then you got the Shabazz people that we went through, us in Holocaust. We highly spatial. But we got enough technical to deal with them. It's a little bit enough. But we're highly spatial. Now, what does that mean? And then you got the fallout. You got these blacks that, oh man, Jesus take care of everything. They're highly spatial. I mean, they right, but in a way they're right, but they don't do anything. But they say, oh, I just let everything happen. Well, that's, yeah, but it ain't gonna happen by itself. Then you got the technical people like the devils. They're very technical, but they have no spatial, have no conscience, anything like that. See what I'm saying? So we gotta get rid of them on both sides. And these preachers out there talking, well, they part of that problem. These preachers out here talking, right? They always talk, but they don't produce anything. They can't use that spatial to do anything. So now you got the creative side. It's more creative than ever, than the original being. And you got technical. He's more technical than the original. That's why you got Master Fard Muhammad got a technical marvel. Nobody can figure it out. Nobody can touch it. You got a technical marvel, super technical. And then you got the Lamb. He came out with, he could spit a book that no one could figure out but him. Highly spatial. You get the point? That's going on. I think I should just have a presentation just explaining that, brothers and sisters. I just gave you a real short version. That's what's going on right now. So Master Fard Muhammad is super technical. And we going to the Holocaust are super spatial. We're very creative. Just the fact that music, all that stuff, we're the lowest on the planet. But it's our music, that's creativity. It's dominating the planet. No one else come up with any music different than ours. That's an example right there. Highly creative. That's why I said the Lamb, he came that's why I said nobody could figure, not even the God could figure that book out but him. Yeah, so let me hold it. He said, no one in heaven or earth. That, wait a minute, how could, if he ain't the God, how could he only want to figure it out if he didn't write it, you know? You see what I'm saying? You got to ask yourself the question, is that something, right? And then Master Muhammad got this technical marvel that nobody can figure it out on the technical side. So now you got the spatial brain and technical. So now we go back in the future, we're going to be wiser than ever. And that's enough. I was trying to explain that process to you. But I said, if I'm going to ask the question, why do we do this? I got to give some reason, right? And I'm tell you about the Holocaust too. Well, might as well give you a little reason to happen too, right? It says, let's make man a likeness and image, male and female. That showed equality. Nobody pull a woman from out her, and that's not Adam talking about. If you read Genesis, that's not Adam talking about. Adam was made, and then he, after a while, he said, well, let me get the female. But then you have to ask, well, what kind of physiology did Adam have? Because he supposed to took the female out of the side. So what kind of physiology did he have before he brought the female on? I mean, he wouldn't have physiology need a female if that came as afterthought. It doesn't add up unless you understand the math behind it. No, that's a different being. And that being came into existence will start beginning 500 years ago and is completed now. But the point is that how would you do that? We understand in the creation, how the creation works, that it's pressure that causes transformation. You want transformation, you got to apply pressure to cause transformation. Tension causes transformation and negative transformation. Pressure is positive transformation. See? Because as the universe connect, we became less beings than we were, but we, right? Less strength. I mean, less, well, whatever, because we have less energy. But now pressure increases. So the thing is that by going to the Holocaust, because when Master Dr. Shabazz went and talked to the scientists, they told me, we're going into the time energy deprivation comes, we're going to have less energy. What are we going to do? They were trying to figure out how we're going to handle this. Right? Because it's going to be a time of unprecedented, right? Going to low energy. I mean, and it's going to get so bad, we won't be able to control our civilization anymore. We won't be able to control we won't control anything. We're not control women, but we're not control anything. We're going to lose control because we don't have enough energy. Right? So, doctors, everybody had an idea. Some people said, we're going to go to Mars, get the hell out of here. People said, we're going to come over this side of the planet. Everybody had an idea. But Dr. Shabazz said, we're going to deal head on. What we're going to do is we're going to take a deal. We're going to take emphasize the spatial, come on, toughest we can be. Hardest we can be. We're going to suffer the most. But that pressure of it, if we take it all, that pressure is so great that it can transform us from coal into diamonds. That's how we that's what they talk about. Let's make man like an image. Because make us change from angels into gods. Because we weren't gods before, so let's make man like an image. That means we will step below God. But that process developed to gods. And that's tense pressure. Because nobody could take that pressure more than us. We took it. But it says submit to it. That's the whole story about Adam. Submit to Adam. Just submit to him. If you want, you tell coal, you want to be a diamond, yeah, okay. You got to go under intense pressure. Oh man, what the hell? Well, if you want to be a diamond, you got to go under intense pressure. Otherwise, you can go in the fire and get burned up. So you got to put that coal under intense pressure. But now it becomes a diamond that he don't like the pressure, but he'll like the result. We ain't like the pressure, but we're going to love the result. Because we're going to be more creative than we ever before. And we're going to make all things new. And then we got a super technician that can bring into existence. Being it is. Being it is. Be is the creative side and is. Right? That's why the two be together. That's why we submit to Adam. So I thought I'd throw that to you, brothers and sisters. Right. So let me move on. I can never get, because these things, I'm talking and I don't want to leave gaps in there. I said, why do we do this now? I said, oh, I shouldn't ask that question. But now I got to answer it. That's the long and short of it. Right? That's the long and short of it, brothers and sisters. You're the gods. God and goddesses, equal, male and female. It's always been equal Only problem right now is that the males was given precedent over the females. I don't like to use that female because like she came from the male. It didn't. We came out equally. But the only reason is because in the time of intervention, there'd be wars and all kind of stuff. And strength would be the attribute that you need most to deal with that. So therefore, tell the females step back and let the males handle it. Because at the time of war, they got the strength, so they most best to deal with it. That's why they say that the males and females degree below the male. Because right there, tell you right there, let's make male likes an image, male and female equality. But see, when the war is over and all that time is over, then it's a time of beauty, time of now the females now they step up. They step up because they are heaven. See? And when you want to give control of your heaven, who wouldn't want to give control of heaven? So let me move on, brothers and sisters. I didn't mean to go there. I gotta be careful when I be talking because I shouldn't ask the question, why do we do that? So I gave you the answer. So let's move on, brothers and sisters. Well, I'm going to talk about. I'm not going to get all the way through it now, since I spent probably an hour just doing that. But we're going to talk about well, I had two things. I'm trying to figure out which one I should focus on because I'm not going to be able to cover both of them. Let's go forward now. We'll see. Forward.
Do you then believe in a part of the book and disbelieve in the other? What then is the reward of such among you as do this but disgrace in the life of this world, and on the day of resurrection they shall be sent back to the most grievous chastisement? And Allah is not heedless of what you do. 86 These are they who buy the life of this world for the hereafter, so their chastisement shall not be lightened, nor shall they be helped.
So my focus is about what's happening right now. Because right now, the darkness is great. It's that people sit in darkness to see the great light. And you got Mr. Farrakhan. He told God to be quiet. Well, he's a lion. But the point is, because he's pissing and shitting in the bag, he can't even wipe his own ass. That's why they don't show him pitching anything. They're desperate over there. They're trying to figure out what they're going to do. Because he was the money maker. He was the money drawer. He didn't do like Elijah. He didn't put the money in that nation's name. He got the money in his and his family's name. They know if he goes, the whole thing collapses because they can't get all that money. That's why he got his son as supreme captain, make sure they can't get it if something happened to him. He got that thing set up. See? So that means the whole thing just collapses. They're trying to figure out what they're going to do because the houses and all that. No, Ishmael over there, right? His whole economic system is based on depending on Farrakhan. That's how Farrakhan controlled them. Because they depend on him for their livelihood. So if he gone, everything just dries up for them. They're in trouble over there. And they're trying to figure out how they're going to keep this going, right? And they ain't going to be able to keep going because all this stuff going to shut down. It's all going to shut down if he leaves. It's all going to shut down because there's nobody's no one to pay for it. They don't have that much anyway. Shut down. They ain't got no paychecks. All the money coming in goes to his Farrakhan's family, and believe me, they will disappear so fast, just like Elijah's family did. They got that money and they disappeared. So I'm going to try to bring the focus. This whole presentation, this whole series is trying to understand where we are right now, what's going on. So that's what I'm be doing here, because I want to talk about the things, some dramatic things about to happen, brothers and sisters. They're happening right now before your eyes, but most of you don't realize because the weapons are using against you. You're not familiar with them. That's one thing I want to talk about. I want to talk about the weapons and also your defense of those weapons. Because it said no hearing here be harmed. It said no weapon prepared against you will prosper. Well, how would that be? How can you prevent weapons against you from prospering? You have to do that. There's no mystery God gonna say, okay, I'm gonna stop bullets. No, you have to be. You have to have the knowledge or wisdom, whatever you need to prevent that from happening. You have to do it. I'm gonna give you information how to do it because it's out there, but you don't know how to apply it. You're not familiar with it because you have protection, but you don't know you have protection. Like you have a bulletproof vest, but you don't know it's a bulletproof vest. I'm gonna try to get. I'm not sure if I'm gonna get to that part. We'll see. But see, like I was saying, light has fire in it. An angel is the fire, light. This when it hits you, if you're either inspired or you're resistant to it. So that means you're either inspired by the fire or you're burnt by the fire. So it depends on how your reaction. If you 100% act 100%, boom, then you're inspired by it. It's just warming. It's warm. It's a warm light on you. You're inspired by it. If you only inspired by, if you only inspired 90%, that's 10% resistance. You're gonna get burns. For 80%, you get real bad burns. 7% third-degree burns. Listen, that you might just burn up. This is not a joke, bro. This is not rhetoric. See, nobody seems to understand. I says I get the mathematics. Oh well, whatever, okay. That's why it says he went alone. He couldn't find anybody to help him. They just don't understand. So that's why they're going to go through what's tribulation. It's about fire. So you purify, you have to purify you with fire. And to purify fire means that you're in the heat. So you're going to be fueled for the fire, you're going to be inspired by the fire, you'll be purified by the fire, you'll be fueled for the fire. But you're in the fire. So if you don't have 100% protection on the fire, you're going to get burns. People can understand that. Because in a few more days, people say, man, damn, I wish I had gave 100%. I wish I gave 100%, man. Because experience is the best teacher, brothers and sisters, and I have to say it again. Experience is the best teacher, but experience leaves scars. So you remember the experience. Experience leaves scars. Okay. I understood that before I even got the angel. Once I realized what I had, I got moving fast. What I said, let me get on. I got moving fast. I've been moving ever since. It has burned me up. I keep moving. I stay on top of it, stay in front of it, ahead of it. I see people in my journey, and they got burned up playing games. Okay? That's why it tells you. It says that's what it says. It told him. It says if you got this streak. If you don't produce in 3 years, cut it down because you're doing it a favor. Cut it down. They're just gonna get burned up. Okay? Because the heat keep building up on the heat building up here. Because after 3 years, I guess the way they try to tell me is that you sat there for 3 years on the sunlight, right? The sun gets hotter and hotter and hotter. It take 3 years. And if you ain't moving by then, you catch a fire. That's the forest fires, right? It gets so dry and dry and dry. The trees get so dry after a while, they burst into flames. That's what it's saying. That's what it's, like the 400 years. So we could only take 400 years. In 3 years, if they still sitting there and they hearing this information and they haven't moved, they're gonna burst into flames. I don't know how many ways it's hit. But you understand? Look, consequence does not respect ignorance. You take a person that, he's retarded. Okay, so gravity says, well, he fell off the building, so he's retired. He didn't know any better, so we're gonna give him a nice, easy fall. You would believe that? Yeah. You a fire. Let's move on, brother. Sister. Goes, hey, these here, they've been hearing this information, haven't moved on it. Most grievous chastisement. They're gonna be bursting the flames in a minute. They don't know it. It's getting hotter there right now. They're starting to feel the heat. But they stupidly realize if the heat is getting hotter and hotter and hotter, it's eventually you burst into flames. My brothers and sisters, you just can't get you can't get that. You just can't get the information to Levites. Just don't get it. Keep trying to tell them they don't listen. So that's why you got to go to tribulation. That's fire. That's the furnace.
Section 1, Fundamental Principles of Islam. In the name of Allah, the Beneficent, the Merciful. 1. I, Allah, am the best knower. 2. This book, there is no doubt in it, is a guide to those who keep their duty. 3. Who believe in the unseen and keep up prayer and spend out of what we have given them. 4. And who believe in that which has been revealed to thee and that which was revealed before thee, and of the hereafter they are sure. (174). Those who conceal aught of the book that Allah has revealed and take for it a small price, they eat nothing but fire into their bellies, and Allah will not speak to them on the day of resurrection, nor will he purify them, and for them is a painful chastisement. 175. Those are they who by error for guidance and chastisement for forgiveness, how bold they are to challenge the fire. 176. That is because Allah has revealed the book with truth. And surely those who disagree about the book go far in opposition.
So said, bro, says how bold they are to challenge the fire. Keep talking about fire. Keep Bible scripture talking about fire. Where's the fire come from? It come from the light. And that fire, that's the fire that they get. It resists to the light. You resist the light, now heat builds up. Sit out in the sun and get you a mirror or something. Just sit there and hold it in the sun. And just keep checking every 15 minutes. See it don't get hotter and hotter and hotter and hotter and hotter. Because light got heat in it. And it's injured them. 35 years, it's getting hotter and hotter and hotter. The world is affecting the world. The world is getting hotter and hotter. Look how hot the world is right now. You think it's happening by itself? Things don't happen by itself. Why is the world so hot right now? Why is it so intense? They even tell you everything changed in the 1990s. They tell you that. Why? Why does it change? Hotter and hotter and hotter. So now it's about to burst into flames. Everybody can see it. Everybody said when they even saying it. If you look all over the place, man, oh, this World War III, oh yeah, apocalypse, man. They expect it to happen any second. And it will. And those clowns I just showed you, it says you have to believe in the Bible and the Quran. So it says. It says, right? That's what God says. I'm the best knower. Then there's they seal all the book and disbelieve what they don't talk about the mission of the covenants right there with Elijah. They don't talk about the covenant either. We're going home we ain't going nowhere. They're guilty of all this. So that don't mean just because they say it ain't gonna happen. That means right the fire hits you, just stand still. That's what they're saying. I mean, resisting it. So that fire builds up. After a while, they ass on fire. Then they can't run. Then try to make it as simple as possible, brothers and sisters. Some people, I don't know. Yeah, some people, you make it simple, and then they complicate it. Why is that? Now I have a saying: simple minds complicate, and complex minds simplify. So if you give something to a simple mind, they're going to complicate it. It's simple. Why you complicate it? You get complicated things to to a complex mind, they're going to simplify it. You get some complex mind, they're going to simplify it. I spend all my time trying to take this complex, because if you look in there, that stuff, that information is complex. But once you got the your key, you understand your key, now all stuff start making sense. But first you got to get that key. But then maybe that's not enough for some people. I don't know. But I try to tell people it's not about friendship, it's not about buddy, it's about mathematics. It doesn't care if you're my daughter, my uncle, my grandpa, whatever, right? You jump off a building, it don't matter. Oh, you see somebody's grandma. Mathematics, I just give information, right? It tells you Job's own children, all of them was lost. He couldn't save them. He gave them information, they rejected, so they have to pay the price. He couldn't save them. Noah couldn't save his son either, right? So the son told him, son, hey, okay, well, you go to high mountain, what are you talking about? I said, shut the door, man, that's the fool there, just leave him alone. Okay, listen to this, brothers and sisters. This is some sick shit here. Nothing to Elijah. They claim it is. Hold on.
I gotta do this. Do you mind? Yes, I'm gonna do something. I don't want to put my brother on the spot. See, this is this. This is something else. Love and faith transcends color. And the reason why we embrace Father Flager as a brother is because we find him on the battlefield of justice, being a true disciple of Jesus. And the last thing I'll say is, you'll never call us racist.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Because this day that we honor,
Yes, sir.
Master Fard Muhammad, if you see an image of him, put his image up.
Yes, sir.
That's the man whose father was a black man and his mother a Caucasian. And how many of us have a parent that's a Caucasian or grandparent? It's not about color. It's about our submission to the will of God. And in that we find common ground and unity.
Yes, sir.
So I'm only one shade lighter than you, so. And Mustafa maybe 4 more shades lighter. We a family.
Yes, sir.
Let's stay a family and be a family and love each other as God would have us to love each other. We love you, Father. Happy Savior's Day. Thank you. I had to do that. We love you.
One more time, brother.
174. Those who conceal aught of the book that Allah has revealed and take for it a small price, they eat nothing but fire into their bellies, and Allah will not speak to them on the day of resurrection, nor will he purify them, and for them is a painful chastisement. 175. Those are they who buy error for guidance and chastisement for forgiveness. How bold they are to challenge the fire. 176. That is because Allah has revealed the book with truth. And surely those who disagree about the book go far in opposition.
Okay, I'm a little technical here, boss. So let me take a second to clear it up. Okay, brothers and sisters, that's not nobody hacked that one. That was my error. Had the wrong voice message there. I can't blame anyone else but myself. Okay, here, see, now, they want to talk this old stuff about, we're going to get into that a little more later, right? See, we went through 400 years of Holocaust, these people. I mean, total, they tried to obliterate us. They did in some ways. The hate is 100%. When you hate something, you change it. They change 100%, totally. It's still a problem. They change 100%. It means the hate is 100%. I mean, that's pretty straightforward, right? And so, but now they're trying right now, see, what you don't understand is they know this day is coming. They know they're in trouble right now. It's time of, right? Arising. That's why I said the dragon stood by because they knew the child was about to be born. And so they have to go out their way, right? Trying to avoid the judgment. They're trying to be nice. I mean, like my wife and I walking, right? And the car's like 2 miles down the road and it stops. What the hell you still waiting on here? Because they're going to let us pick them on. I said, man, you're gone. They go out their way trying to be nice. Some of them because they're scared. And the other ones, they just want to get rid of you. But it has both of them the same thing. One trying to avoid it, and one trying to just get rid of the cause altogether. So in this, here's right here, it's talking about, said, I heard a voice out of heaven say, come you out of people. Now see, this says come out. But see, they telling you these lies over there, it's going to say, that don't mean come out of America. It means come out of names, come out of institutions, come out of, that's bullshit. We can prove it because the scriptures tell you, right, that we need to come out and go to our own land. I'm just going to give you this part. Okay, so it says, you come out of people, come out of her, that you should not share together in the sins of her, out of plagues of her. So they're telling you, okay, if we do that, we won't suffer the plagues. That's what it's saying. Whatever coming out means, it means if you do that, you won't suffer the plagues. But remember COVID came in? Farrakhan, he walked around in a mask, right? Why he wasn't in a mask on then? He's out of religion, claimed, right? He's out of names, right? He's out of all that. So why he wearing a mask then? He shouldn't be affecting the plague, because that's bullshit. If you stay here on those plagues, you're going to be affected by them. It was only one you would be affected by. That was COVID. It says it would pass over. It would get out the firstborn and pass over us, which it did. Firstborn is the elderly. And it didn't affect black people. That's the truth. Now it's coming out. All you got to do is check the WHO, World Health Organization. They finally revealed the truth. That did not affect black Africa, did not affect Haiti. And it wasn't hurting us either. It was hurting the demons. That was, what, 72 at the time, whatever? I wasn't wearing no mask. I wasn't even worried about that stuff. My wife wasn't either. She's a little younger than me, right? You had to wear a mask, you're going to the store or something. I didn't have to go to the gym and all that kind of stuff. Well, actually, the gym, because there was one gym that closed down and the other one was open. You understand? Anyway, so that's just bullshit. You can get out of here if you don't want to suffer those plagues. But they said, no, just come out her name, just come out her. So why was you wearing a mask then, Farrakhan? You must don't believe it yourself. Because you, right? If that was solid place, then why did you need a mask then? It don't say, well, come out of her and wear a mask so you don't see the place. No, just come out. If that's what you're saying, you just come out. Just stop being come out her name, come out her religion, come out, and then you cool. No, well, don't say about her wearing. Why was you wearing a mask then, Farrakhan? And why was your people dropping like flies? Even and what's the other bunch of them? Because they demons. No store together. I'm gonna talk about that another time. Right? And go back and again. And on top of that, it says, now we got Farrakhan say, oh, he wants to forgive America. What did it say right here? It said, give you back to her. What happened? I froze up here. Got a problem here. Uh-oh. I'm be honest, I got it. Camera, hold on. Hmm. Here we go again. Okay, no technical issue bounces. Oh, they backing my stuff again. It's all right. It's all right. Okay. Moving again. Say, give you back to her as also she gave back. Say, we forgive them. He will forget all the stuff they did to us 500 years, right? And it says all the stuff they did to us, right? Come Africa, all the stuff they done to us, right? It says, give you back to her as all she gave back. Oh, if they didn't do anything to us, then nothing back to them, right? It says, give it back to double according to the works of her, right? That she did to us. Give it back double. See? It says, when? Verse 8, through this one day will come the plagues of her death, mourning, and famine, and fire should burn out. But fire again, right? And it says there's a judge, strong the Lord God judging her. Who's the judge? The messenger couldn't be the one judging her. That's it right there, brothers and sisters. So in other words, it's a just command. Give her back double. Vengeance, consequence. You can't escape consequence, brothers. This is impossible. The Farrakhan want to weigh the consequence. Oh, just forgive them. I don't want to see nothing happen to them. So they try to misinterpret it. Oh, say, well, that means, because they said stay here. Farrakhan said, we need to stay here. Said, get the hell out of here. But think what he's saying. He said, well, we need to stay here. Right? But if we stay here, we're going to get the plagues. Oh, no, if you come out, you won't get the plagues. See, if you come out of her religion, like I said, we won't get the plagues, because she don't get the plagues, right? You don't want to get the plagues off. But if she don't get the plagues anyway, if you don't come out of religion, but wouldn't it be the most expedient thing just get her out altogether? That's what it says, but anyway, that's your Farrakhan. Let's move on. And during one day, that's 1 year, will come the plagues of her death, mourning, and famine. Oh, this famine, boy, woo. Cannibalism is going to reign. They said the mothers eat their children. Right? She'll be gray-headed, fathers eat their sons. Then she'll be burned down. Okay? Farrakhan said we're not going anywhere. Think about it. Now that's the nature of the plagues. Think about it now. Let's analyze this. He said if you do those things, you won't suffer the plagues. Right? So we're going to stay here. Or we got to just come out her name, religion, all that kind of stuff. And we can stay here. Okay, what about? Says the fire should be burned down. So come out of that. Will it make us immune to the fire? See the bullshit? That's going to make us immune to the fire if we stay here. It says, and fire should be burned down. And the famine. Okay. Maybe you can say, we'll get food somewhere. Maybe you can say it, right? And death, maybe have a some kind of extra meaning for death and mourning, right? But why are you gonna get around that fire part? In other words, it's gonna make you fireproof if you come out her names, out her religion, out her ways. See, that's bullshit. Because that's where she's gonna go down. That's where you gotta get the hell out of here. So why Farrakhan would you stay there? Because he's not seed Abraham. He want to keep you here. He's playing with you. He's laughing at you in the background because they made a fool of you. And that's something you so feel. Oh man, they can't listen to anything else because they don't admit that he made a fool out of them. He been using and ripping them off for 40 some years, got rich off of them, ain't produced a goddamn thing, right? And all you gotta do is read any scripture and see he's a liar, making a fool of you. Let's move on, brothers and sisters. Here. No technical issue here. Okay, I expect it gets worse. I expect it to get worse. Not surprised. Not surprised at all. All about buffering here, so no reason for it, but it is what it is. Oh boy. Finally. Okay. Okay, moving on, brothers and sisters. Let's talk about this accuser. Let's go into that for a minute. I'm not gonna get to all other things I was talking about, brothers and sisters, but I get to at least one of them. Listen to this.
Of the universe, the true source of power. Marvelous four-part series on the will. Can we give Brother Ishmael a well-deserved round of applause? And in his study of his teacher, he got to a part in part 3 and 4, and he went into the slave mentality and slave mind. But it wasn't the normal exegesis of slave mentality and slave mind. It was not attached to our outward oppressor. He attached it to our inner desires. He said, slave to your appetite, slave to the cigarette, slave to the blunt, slave to our passions. And when he said it, it triggered, we are in a war. The war that each of us are in on a daily basis is the war with yourself. In Ephesians it says, for our struggle is not against flesh and blood, but against rulers, principalities, and the powers of this dark world, and against the spiritual forces of wickedness in high places. On one level, we can say the governments of this world and the wicked rulers, but on an interpersonal level, we can say the powers of the darkness, spiritual forces. And as the singer Rihanna says, my own wild thoughts.
Now, brothers and sisters, unless you're a total idiot, and you listen to that shit he just said, there's no in the world you come to that interpretation. Even the devils don't come to that interpretation. The evil force is this. It's very clear. For we do not wrestle against flesh and blood, but against principalities, against powers, against the rulers of darkness this age, against spiritual forces of wickedness in high heavenly places. But he says the heavenly places right here. Here. So we're the problem. That's what we're fighting against. Our own selves. You can't, it's nowhere in the world I don't care if your IQ is minus 90. You can't come to that interpretation. See, because they're desperate to keep trying to prove that shit Farrakhan's coming out pulling out his ass. They trying to keep proving it's honey. It ain't honey. It may be brown. It stinks. It don't feel like honey. You don't feel it. I ain't. Well, don't see it. Don't. You talking about don't. Or you see it don't taste like honey, does it? Well, it must be my taste buds. He says honey must be honey. There's no way in the world you come to that interpretation we just said. Let's listen to it again. There's no way in the world. See, because they're desperate over there. Because the point is that the original nation is growing. It's about to explode. They want you to implode. Because they're saying the devil ain't the devil anymore, so they want you to explode on yourself. That's Scientology all about. We the problem. See? Because your mind, you got to clear your mind. Engrams, all that kind of crap. That's totally against what Muhammad said. Because they accused them. They said, we the problem. We the problem. Not what's causing the problem. We the problem. So if you see leaves shaking, oh, it's the wind's problem. No, it's the wind that's causing the leaves to shake. But they don't want to see that. Oh no, why? What y'all leaves shaking for? What's y'all problem? They wouldn't be shaking when the wind is causing it. But they try to say it's the leaves' fault. And if you can't see that, if you can't see us right here, then you more than dumb. We sure don't want your ass over here. Just stay away from me. If you buy, let me just play it again. Ooh, man, they're desperate. There's anything over there. And I was telling people the other day, right? If you're going to represent this message and you talk as dumb as they talk, then what the hell? Why are we going to point to them? This message got to be clean and perfect. That's where it was designed. That's where it has to be delivered. Because if you sound like them, what's the difference? Because it's totally bullshit we just said. Let's do this again.
Of the universe, the true source of power. Marvelous four-part series on the will. Can we give Brother Ishmael a well-deserved round of applause? And in his study of his teacher, he got to a part in part 3 and 4. And he went into the slave mentality and slave mind. But it wasn't the normal exegesis of slave mentality and slave mind. It was not attached to our outward oppressor. He attached it to our inner desires. He said, slave to your appetite, slave to the cigarette, slave to the blunt, slave to our passions. And when he said it, it triggered, we are in a war. The war that each of us are in on a daily basis is the war with yourself. In Ephesians, it says, for our struggle is not against flesh and blood, but against rulers, principalities, and the powers of this dark world, and against the spiritual forces of wickedness in high places. On one level, we can say the governments of this world and the wicked rulers, but on an interpersonal level, we can say the powers of the darkness, spiritual forces. And as the singer Rihanna
If that's not total bullshit, how are you going to read that away? See, they're straining to try to make Farrakhan relevant. See, that's what happens when you're back against the wall. You start swinging. I hope you hit something. Bullshit. That was spiritual darkness right here. Before we don't wrestle with flesh and blood, that means that's not the struggle within us. The struggle is the people that's forcing this on us. That's we fighting. Because they changed us. So he blaming our change. In other words, we messed up like we are right now. We're the problem. We're the reason. We're the reason we're over here because we dragged ourselves over here. We beat ourselves up. We changed our names. We grabbed Christianity. We grabbed the religion. Like they had nothing to do with it. That we're the situation we're in right now is our fault. There was no force. So those leaves are moving. That's their fault. Forget about the wind. And the wind I don't see no wind. Well, why you leave the shape? Because there's something wrong with them. Nothing acts against their nature. Nothing in the universe acts against nature except us. And why we act against nature? We don't do it willingly. A lion will not act against the nature unless you take him and train him, you put him up, put pressure on him, stop torturing him, then he act against his nature. But you're forcing him to act against his nature. Because if you leave him alone, he's going to revert back to his nature. So why are we acting like this? This is not our nature. We got high blood pressure, diabetes, and everything else. So that means there's a force that's forcing us to act against our nature. This ain't our nature. But he said, oh, no, it's your fault. No, it's a force that's causing it. You don't have to see the force, all you got to do is see the result. Like you don't have to see this wind, all you do is see results, so you know the wind is blowing. But he want to blame the leaves for the problem. He want to blame us. Like the lion, he decided to act like a lamb. See? The dogs decided to act like a kitten. That's the bullshit. I'm gonna move on, bro. So I'm gonna take a different course now because I'm getting worked up. Because I get, this, they're gonna be gone in a minute. That's the only thing that keeps me going, bro. Otherwise, I would ballistic. 35 years, like I said, we're going 140 years of this. Well, I don't think I have more than 35 years of this bullshit, but these folks will. Oh man, I mean, how could you read that away? So this is the part of the heavenly places right here. Okay, a war broke out in heaven. Right? That's what's happening over in the Middle East right now. There's a pause right now. The pause is like in between rounds, right? In the fight. Now ceasefire is a pause. Check it out. They see ceasefire, but as officially it's a pause between rounds. It's going to resume. It's already started. It's going to resume. Right? And if y'all pay attention to that, I keep forgetting to bring that in, but they actually showed a video that sent a meeting ahead about a week or so ago. And it was talking about UFOs. And the guy said, this happened recently, I think a couple months ago, whatever. He says, there was this UFO flying over the Middle East. And the Middle East was. And it says, they saw it on radar, and they shot a Hellfire missile at it. Right? Hellfire missile, that's it ain't no firecracker. And it hit it. It was like a speeder bike, because that thing didn't even budge, just took off. But the Hellfire missile blew the damn, and didn't even budge it. Okay? So anyway, and Michael's angel is Shia. They like him. Right? But original inside. But I'm just showing you this part, right? Because I'm going to show the next page here where I emphasize what's going to happen. See, this war is going to kindle everything else. It's going to kindle Armageddon. It's going to kindle, we're going to see destruction of false Israel. Which about this year. This year. They're going to see destruction of a son of perdition. Right? It's going to see the original nation come together. Damn, hey, all that's going to happen. Yeah, it's going to happen this year. Right? So how many months we got? We got October, November. We got 3 months, three and a half months left. What's happening? That means it's going to be so dramatic this year. So watch this. Where's Farrakhan? Time of total darkness. They say, but he's supposed to be quiet. Why would you pay this guy hundreds of years? He's a millionaire, right? 40-some years. You wiping his ass for him, everything, you know. Eating that shit come out of his ass, something comes honey. He's pissing shit in the bag. The man can't even wipe his ass right now. It's pathetic. But he's the Messiah. See her? Oh, okay. I got her back then. I didn't get it. Okay, I'm going to do this part right here. See, it says, and I heard a great voice in heaven saying, right now become the salvation. Let me do it this way. So I want to highlight it, brothers and sisters. Give me a second here. I want to take 1 second to do this. A lot of technical problems then. I thought I had I ain't going to make any excuses. I ain't making excuses. Do it this way. Make it a little bigger. Okay. Make sure you see it. Okay, that's good. Well, let me take that out too. Okay, that'll work. Okay. See here, it's talking about this is the war in heaven. So it's supposed to take place while this war is going on, right? And I heard a voice go out of heaven saying, right now becoming salvation and the power of the kingdom of God of us, authority of the Christ him, because was thrown the accuser of the brother of us, accusing them inside of God night and day. Let's go to the next page here. The bigger. That's Farrakhan. They're accusing us. Who else is accusing us? He's been accusing us for 42 years. It's your problem. You're sinful. You got to atone. Remember the so-called Million Man March, right? All the people showed up. They weren't his people. He took credit for something that wasn't his. Most 90% of the people there was Christian preachers, their congregation. That's why nobody showed up the second one, because he tried to hijack the first one. Right? It was so good, why nobody showed up? Anyway, it says that during this war, the accuser of our brother. Who's the accuser? Who's accusing us? He's accusing us. He's saying, you sinful, you're wicked. You got to repent. You got to atone. That's Farrakhan. That's one of the things about to happen. The war's already started. And we understand it. That's why I'm going to make the final call. But we understand it will resume in a couple of days before the end of the month. And then Farrakhan's gone. We got more in this, bro, sis. Let's go on. And then what's going to happen? False Israel. You understand? Your key, they're Satan. Synagogue of Satan. So I saw Satan. Bam, it's like that. Because see, they're in mid-heaven right now. They got control of the Middle East. They're going to knock down just like that, like lightning. Because when this war resumes, you got a big hint. It's like they're giving you like a period of grace. Because anybody pay attention to this, so how they was getting their ass kicked by Iran the first time. People said if Iran went another week, that'd be the end of false Israel. They resume, they're gonna hit them even harder. They're gonna knock them down like that, and then it's gonna knock America and Britain out that's God can make. They're going to be thrown out of the Middle East. And so they will not be able to help Father Israel, and they gone. They'll be abandoned. It gets to the plague of flies. I think maybe I told that next week or maybe later on this week. I don't know because time's running out so fast, brothers and sisters. That's it. I beheld Satan as lightning fall from heaven. That's the whole thing. You're going to see Farrakhan gone, May God kicked out, sitting, or the Jews, or the Satan. You're going to see us very soon, brothers and sisters. And you're going to see those fuel for fire I showed you earlier. You'll see them running down the streets with their asses on fire. Burn their ass up. Okay, I had the right place, wrong place. I had it done. Okay, that was my mistake. Because John the Accuser, okay. That's my error. And here, okay. I saw in a night vision, beheld one like the Son of Man came with clouds of heaven, came to the Ancient of Days. Who's the Ancient of Days? It says, when thrones are cast down. What do you mean thrones are cast down? See? And if you read that, it says more you might think it's on the surface, right? Who's throne? And then he says, that's Farrakhan. All these people did is, all the officials and everything are going to be cast down. See? And then he says, then one like the Son of Man. Master Muhammad could not possibly be Son of Man. The Son of Man got a description. Woolly hair, dark skin. Son of Man, Suleiman, he's the lamb. He's the one gets the kingdom. And then he gives it to Master Muhammad. Now, I mean, how you going to interpret that? It says, and there was given him dominion. He's going to be the God. If you give him dominion, glory, and kingdom, and that all people and nations shall serve him. That means everybody's going to serve him. But he gets the nation from someone else. Somebody gives it to him. Shabbat gives it to him. But he's the God. Because the person that everybody going to serve him. So he's got to be the God. Read that properly. But the Lamb, he's the one got to bring the people together. He's Joshua. Bring them together. Get them home. Separate the wheat from the chaff. You got to do all that. Then Master Muhammad's given to him to rule. It says he's all going to serve him. He's got to be the God. But you don't know how to read this stuff. Here it is. Until thrones were cast down. Who thrones? That's those so-called folks with Farrakhan over there. All his so-called whatever. Cast down. And then the angels sit. Then he's going to sit down because they're out the way. Now he's going to sit down. And it tells you, right? His hair like lamb's wool, like pure wool. It's not Master Muhammad. It ain't Farrakhan either. This ain't the mother plane talking about either. That. You got to understand that, but I'm not going to go into that, brothers and sisters. And the beast was, right? And I held, even the beast was slain, America, and body destroyed, gives a burning flame. But no, you're going to stay here? You got a vestal suit? Come on, brothers and sisters. See, and then and same hell, but this morning told me that's Farrakhan. He made war with the saints, rebelled against them. Saints is in a way, ain't they? Ain't they what's supposed to inherit the kingdom? Well, then he rebelled against until the ancient days came and shut him down. That means they're under control of this horn right now. The saints are under control of Aaron. Go on. It's talking about saints again, right? Move on, brothers and sisters. Now, look at this. See? Now, we got the God, right? Or it was for Exodus. But see, you got a problem with Exodus. So let them keep with the problem. Because like I said, they still think that shit coming out of Farrakhan's ass is honey, so let them keep on believing it. We don't want you over here with that. When we're stinking the place up. Stay over there with that. You think it's honey? Stick over there with it. Because right here, if you follow Exodus, you can't go wrong. Farrakhan is the most easy opposer to Allah in the scriptures. He's easy to identify. Easy, so easy to identify him. So how come you stuck? How come you lost with him? And you follow Exodus. They admit Exodus is our journey, is our, applies to us. So he said God would come. Okay, well, yes, Master Muhammad. He raised Elijah. Elijah would have Aaron. Yeah, he had Aaron. See, then you stop right there. And then what happened with Elijah departs? And all of a sudden you get blank. You blank. Go blank. Because once you depart, Aaron goes crazy. Aaron's, see? And so here it is. Now here's the Lord, his Master Muhammad talked to Elijah. Remember, Elijah's with Master Muhammad. He said on his right hand, right on, I'm sitting on the right hand. No, that's Elijah sitting there. It's a line about that too. Come on. God made me come and be quiet. Instead, his right hand, well, his right hand is here. That don't even make somebody. He said, you should be quiet and say my right hand, but you still here. So how, whatever. Lord said to Moses, get thee down from thy for thy people, which has brought out of the land of Egypt, have corrupted themselves. They have turned aside quickly out of the way I command them. That's so easy. They don't, how did Master Muhammad command them? The lessons. They don't believe those lessons. Man, God, this is this. We got to love each other. What does the lesson say? Say they're 100% evil. Have you moved out the planet? 100%. That's exactly what it's saying right there. I've turned aside from where I command them. That's the God talking to Elijah. Master Muhammad said, they ain't following the lessons. They made a golden molten calf and worship it. If you understand that, the mental key, that's talking about Sunnism. And I have, see? And it says mystery God that's helping them. Not me. I'm not the one. They believe it's mystery God. And so he about to turn against them. See, he says, now let me alone, my wrath may wax hot against them. They turn to God. Farrakhan turned to God against them. Aaron turned to God against them. And I may consume them. And then just take Elijah. I'll take your seed and make a nation. I'll just forget about them. That's clear. But see, they got to blink when it comes in. Oh. But it said the other part, part of the book, being part of the book and disbelieving the other. Know what it says? They said, okay, that's Elijah. The God came. That's Master Muhammad. That's Elijah. He raised up. Yeah, there's no problem. Then Aaron is the one that he taught, who the God did not anoint. The God got angry at Moses. Said, you don't need that. You don't need him. He said he actually got angry with him, but Moses insisted, I need somebody that can speak well. It's like, okay, you got him. See, you don't read that part, but then there's a blank. Okay, then what happened? What did Aaron do when Moses was? See, then that part is ignored. That means they know they're lying over there. They're sick, no good liars. Because what did Aaron do? Farrakhan says that. What did he do when Moses was gone? And that's what it says. Moses up there up with Master Muhammad says, they turned away. They didn't follow my commands. They turned away from lessons. They turned away from the quickly out of the way I commanded them. If you just follow Exodus, Farrakhan is totally exposed. So no way you got a God against you. Then you get Moses against you too. Elijah against you. They already got Master Muhammad against him. Master Muhammad is not with them. That's why Farrakhan got that damn cancer. If Master Muhammad was protecting him, he wouldn't. Master Muhammad, he'd get perfect protection. He ain't no wimp. He told Elijah Muhammad would protect him. He did. He did tell Elijah, you be in jail. Said you're gonna have to go to prison. Don't worry about that. But nobody's gonna fuck with you, and nobody ever did. Neither you nor your family. So how come it happened to Farrakhan? Got cancer in 90, and then they blew his ass up with radiation pellets. Now he's pissing shit in the bag. That's not a curse. What is it? That didn't matter for his protection. He had no protection. He got his ass kicked for robbing the nation. That's clear. So how come? Because either demons or he's stupid, ignorant. Because that's clear. I mean, you can't. How you get around that one? You say it's Aaron. He's the one who came after Elijah. He's the one who got control. And then he, remember, he doesn't make it. It's right there, Exodus. He doesn't make it to the hereafter. So how is the Messiah? He doesn't make it. He dies in the wilderness. Look at this. Moses turned and went down from the mount, right? See? And he says there was a great noise, right? Noise of war. That means this. And he said, "Is the voice of them that shout for victory? Is not the voice shout. Oh, the war is not won or lost yet. Not victory or defeat. So the war is going on when this happens. I told you this happens. It's going to happen while this war is going on. This war is going on. See? When he approached one, and then what happens? And then Moses said, people were naked. Aaron had done it. Farrakhan had done it. And Elijah saw that people were naked, for Farrakhan made them naked and shamed their enemies. Made mockery of the enemies. They was laughing at them. Everybody's laughing, so-called NOI. They're a joke over there to their army. A fucking joke. He's pimping the women. Got them out doing fundraisers because he can't get the males to do anything. He got to sit out there with fundraisers. He can have a bigger lamb stretch beetle, whatever they call them, right? And more steaks on his plate. Yeah, you got to sit out there pimping them, right? See? And then what? Okay, then he said he caused separation between Aaron's people and the ones not with him, the ones with the message of covenant. Because he said, who's on the Lord's side? Not on his side, on the Lord's side. But who's the Lord is? Tell you Malachi, message of the covenant. Who's on the Lord's side? And then all Levites came to him. The rest stayed with Aaron. Then he slew all of them. What about sisters? Let's look at this. Will of Allah. Yeah, I'm definitely going. I'm not even going to my main subject today, brothers and sisters. Because I'm trying to tell you what's about to happen here. It's about to go down. It's about to go down. He's already pretty much through already. Since we're going down, America going. This war resumed. The result of this war is American British going to be, remember, they the ones in the Middle East with them. It's God can make out. They be thrown out of the Middle East, forces going to be left alone. They come out of the Middle East, they're going to run to Europe, and that's where they're going to get into Europe. So what happened in the next few days, brothers and sisters? This year.
I believe that America can be beautiful. How can America be made beautiful? Now, family, listen. My brother Imam Wadafuddin and I have had disagreement. But his followers and mine have never given each other as much as a bloody nose. Because in spite of our differences, there's a deep love in us. We don't like the things about our nation that is not good, but I don't want to live anywhere else. But I want America to be made right. I don't want to see America go the way of Rome and Babylon and Sodom and Gomorrah. But why won't she go that way? If the men of religion and the women of religion keep silent.
See, he don't want, remember they talking about last week's will of Allah. Now God says he wants to destroy it. He says, vengeance for what they did to us. He says, at the end of 40 years, he'll come and judge this nation. Right? Now they've been telling, oh, you got to be in sync with the will of Allah. You got to be a submission to the will of Allah. You got to be total submission to the will of Allah. That's what it says. And you'll be happy. You got to be total submission to the will of Allah. That's what I keep telling you, right? But he's against it. He don't want, he's against the will of Allah. He don't want none of that. On another level, what do you want to forgive these people after he did this 40 years? He said, just forgive them. What the hell are you talking about? We suffered 40 years on these wicked, cruel people, beasts. How you know they're beasts? Because beasts can only treat you like a beast. A dog can treat you like a dog. He can treat you like a human. He can treat you like a dog. That's all you know. A dog bring you a bone. He think he's doing something nice. He bring his best bone. You can't eat that bone. But that's what dogs do. He think, hey man, he getting you a bone. He think he's really doing something for you. You're going with that bone. So if they were righteous, good people, they would treat us righteous good. They wouldn't change us. They loved us like they say. They wouldn't change us. We'd still be like we were before we came here. They change 100% because they hate us 100%. And they beasts and rape and everything else because they beasts. Because that's the only beasts can act. That's the only what beasts can do. So he said, oh, just forgive them. And that's not what the angel said. That's not what the lesson say. Remember, this guy said, they ain't doing what I told them, what mess I gave them. So look at it. Now, remember, this is the Messiah talking. Listen, I don't know if I have a recording this. Let me see.
Three. I have trodden the winepress alone, and of the people there was none with me, for I will tread them in mine anger, and trample them in my fury, and their blood shall be sprinkled upon my garments, and I will stain all my raiment. For the day of vengeance is in mine heart, and the year of my redeemed is come. 5 And I looked, and there was none to help, and I wondered that there was none to uphold, therefore mine own arm brought salvation unto me, and my fury, it upheld me. 6 And I will tread down the people in mine anger, and make them drunk in my fury, and I will bring down their strength to the earth.
That's the real Messiah talking. That's not anything like Father's talking about. That's the real Messiah. He claims he's the Messiah. Was it is schizophrenic or something? That's the real Messiah talking. Look what he want to do. See, I will tread him down my anger. Okay, but remember, it's this vengeance he's talking about. So who are you going to take a vengeance against? So if America's pure and clean like he wanted, then who is God taking on his vengeance on? Who's taking on his vengeance on? Who did something to his people that he did? See, if America is not the one, and they're the worst of all of them. That thing in Gaza is just my microcosm of what's going on here. They did far worse to us over here than what's going on over there. So who's going to take all the vengeance on? So that's the Messiah talking right there. But that Father says he's the Messiah. So what's wrong with that picture? I will tread down my anger, trample them in my fury. For the day of vengeance, for a year of my redeemed has come. Who is redeemed? That's us. Now we've been redeemed, so that time is coming after 40 years. But Pharaoh said, no, I don't see it happen. So is he in the will of Allah? That's what he said for the last 3 years. It got to be the will of Allah. You got to be. You know, well, we got a will of law. You the will of law, and everything work for you. Well, is he in the will of law, or maybe he is, and the Messiah is not? But that's the Messiah talking right there. That's Messiah talking right there.
6. I will send him against an hypocritical nation, and against the people of my wrath will I give him a charge, to take the spoil, and to take the prey, and to tread them down like the mire of the streets. 7. Howbeit he meaneth not so, neither doth his heart think so, but it is in his heart to destroy and cut off nations not a few. 8. For he saith, Are not my princes altogether kings?
See, that's the Messiah talking. That's not Farrakhan. Farrakhan got a whole different bag. So is he the Messiah? If he is, then the other person they're talking to, they're not. Unless he's schizophrenic, talking both sides of his mouth. Okay. They shall dwell in the land I have given to Jacob, not serve, where your fathers have dwelled. Not here. Move on. Oops. Get my sound off. See here? I'll send a messenger. That's Elijah. He said, wait before me. That's the messenger of the covenant. He comes to Elijah's temple. Oh, well, Elijah, last one. That's not what that says. And this person is a messenger of the covenant. What covenant? He prepared, Elijah prepared the way before this one. But I last one, everlasting, he's eternally in Nation Islam. That's not what this says. It says this one coming after him. Come to his temple. Not his synagogue, not his church, not his temples. That's what he should be seeking. But they hide that from him. Remember, he's hiding, he's blocking. He don't want you to see that. Watch this. Now this is Abraham covenant. It said deep sleep went down, and he said, Abram, know of surely that seed shall be that seed strange land that is not theirs, that's us, and served them, and they afflicted 40 years, 1619 to 2019. And all said nations whom they shall serve, I will judge. There be judgment. For I don't want to judge them. I want to be, I want everything to be nice for them. I don't want to leave here. I love it here. That's what it says. I would judge him. And then down here, this part, they be talking about this part here, but they don't mention this part here. Mention the covenant. Why? What was the covenant he's mentioning? Well, here's the covenant right here. The same day, the Lord made a covenant. He's mentioning this covenant right here, saying, I see I've given this land from the river Egypt to the great river Euphrates. That's Arabia. Arabians don't want you to know this either. See what I'm saying? It's right there. But he don't quote this part. I can't believe I keep doing this. I keep fixing it and keep doing it. So let me fix it again. Yeah, I don't know why he's doing that. Okay, fix that. Okay, I'm gonna talk about this part. I'm gonna reiterate. This one here. Oops. Hmm. This here just shows an engine losing energy, so we lose control. Energy drops, the universe is spinning, lose control. People got corrupted, some of it got corrupted, right? Lose control. But now the universe start contracting again, we start gaining control of it back. And so you stay in tune with the times, come back together. Right? You don't want to do it, try to make it happen before it happens. We got problems. So the man has to be right on time. So let's look at another situation here. And watch this one. Trying to pull it together before time. You don't have enough energy to do it yet. You're trying to control it. See, you come apart because you don't have enough energy, so you're pulling yourself apart trying to do it. That's Farrakhan trying to control the NY. It doesn't belong. He's a robber. That's why he got to cancel everything else. Because it doesn't belong to him. He's trying to pull it together. Now it's about time Suleiman's going to bring it together because now you have enough energy to do so. Sister, I started passing it on to you. And see, they trying to blame us. Remember, he said, we have flesh and blood, but this we the problem. We got to fight with ourselves, our desires, our appetites. That's bullshit. A lot of them never told no crap like that. We in a condition like this because they force us. Okay, see, and they say they're bloom, they're underwater. Well, they're underwater because something holding them underwater. They don't want to be underwater. Something holding them underwater. You got Farrakhan right there. He's guiding the whole thing, right? Well, he's not really guiding the whole thing. You understand me, right? He's the Messiah, according to him. And then you got the cross. That's the anchor. Holds down. All this here keep us underwater. One holding us down, one pushing us down. The crime, the cross, that comes out of the mindset. See, our mind, they gave us a bad mind, so our mind's holding us down. That's the problem. You only there because there's something holding you down. Farrakhan blaming us for being he don't see other stuff. Oh, why you underwater there? You underwater because you're wicked, evil. Nothing goes against our own nature, brothers and sisters. We there in that situation we're right now because them and the pressure that we're under. Okay, so then what happens? See, once that's moved, then you rise up, you expand. The question is, get away from them. They're the ones holding you down. Pharaoh said, we ain't going nowhere. We're going to stay here because he wants to keep that process going because it's enriching him and enriching the devils too. Because once they're gone, you're going to rise up out of the water. Let's look at another one. See here? Here's how people I see they acting like wild, crazy people. Right? Why? Because you got America's 100%. If you see the leaves blowing, you can't say every leaf is blowing. If every leaf is blowing, that means the wind's 100% on all those leaves. If you see some leaves blowing and some not, that means then some of the wind is not blowing. I mean, well, you look at it that way, right? If you got a whole bunch of leaves there, and you see some moving, some not, There must be holes in the wind or something. Or some ain't. Because some of these not moving. So they're not being affected by the wind. So the thing here is all our people messed up. All of them. That means the force of America is 100% on us. You might can't see them, their policies, everything. Oh, we Democrat. No, you is just evil as the rest of them. We just don't see it. You're hiding in the background. That's one of the things happening with the so-called Kirk thing. That's one of the things going on with that. Because, see, the stuff they say about us in the background, well, remember, so-called Jews, they white too, ain't they? So all they been taught is the background. Would they really sit in the background with them, private company? Guess what? Well, Israel taped all of that stuff. They taped it. That's why they got about you know what. See? Not that it matters, because there's some more dynamics going there than that. But see, they tape. They threaten to expose it. Okay. Oh, I got Biden saying this. Get the niggas. See what I'm saying? They toy that stuff. Then you know what they really think, because they ain't gonna tell you in public. That's part of it. So I'm trying to tell you, it's comprehensive. Or some of us, I ain't talking about demons, some of us will, some of us be all down and messed up, some of us be all doing okay. No, you think so? Majority of people going to go to so-called black neighborhoods. Total. We say, oh, they're out there. Well, what's the name? What's the name out there? When they move out there, right? Some move out there with the devil. They move out there, they're still Charles Nickenbobber. They're still Christian. Still ignorant. Right? They got there all of a sudden, man, they're black warriors, man. My name is Abdul Rahman. No, they're still insane, right? They may live in a better house or whatever. They still, our culture, our names, everything's still gone from us. So it's comprehensive. They're all on it. All these devils. I don't care what they say. They smile, whatever they say. This is all is on all of us. You know what I mean? Oh, it was the North. It was the South. Where's Wall Street? Wall Street was a slave trading center, and slaves was the currency, not money. Check it out. Just line you up against the wall. That's what they call Wall Street. And sell you. You is the currency, not money. Take my word for it. Check it out. Harriet Tubman was a slave in New York. New Jersey was a major slave. In fact, during the so-called Civil War, the New Jersey financially supports the rebels. But it was just, no, 100%. So look, it's across the board. All of us the same thing. Oh, we live in that nice house. What's your name? My name is Charles Brown. What's your name? I'm Christian. That's you? Is that how we really are? That means you're still under. %. So you want to say, oh, someone good. That's not what the legislature. Let's say they're 100% wicked. Total. So what happens? Get rid of them, and what happens? Get rid back to who we are, right? That's who we are. But under them, we're something else. So when you get rid of them, then we come back. I said, no, we're going to stay here and stay under them. But see, the problem is, we're wicked, evil, and everything else, right? That's what he says. But it's our fault. So we got to get better. But how are we going to how do these going to stop moving? Yeah, well, you're moving. There's something wrong with you. Yeah, but it's the winter court. Well, okay. So now you got tell you the wind's still blowing, but you got to tell the leaves you got to stop moving. But the wind's still blowing. You see the ignorance of that? He's gonna blame the leaves for shaking. He ignored the wind, and then tell the leaves you got to stop shaking, even though the wind's blowing on them. How can you do that? He said us we got to set up indeed. Well, you did it, did I? You got to stop, man. You got to be like that right there. Yeah, we will. Once you take the foot up out of the neck, we like this here. Because the force of them on us. But he's telling you, oh no, this is the reason why we like that. But he said, no, this don't exist. You just like that. It's your fault. No, if they was not there, if we get the hell out of here, we revert back to who we are. Revert back to our original nature. So how are they going to tell you, oh no, well you got to revert, you got to know, you got to revert, even though they're on you. Yeah, it's impossible. These guys stop shaking even though the wind's blowing on them. How can that be? Even though the wind's blowing on them. Because you want to act like there's no wind, it's their fault. They act shaking because the wind's blowing on them. You tell them they got to stop shaking. You got to stop shaking up there. You got to stop being sinful. No, you got to get the cause. Understand, brothers and sisters. Don't rise back up, so pressure off of it. That's a fact. Okay, can I have time? Well, okay, let me look at one more thing, brothers and sisters. Here, this is life in India. Remember, light got heat. Farrakhan's trying to block it. Got all these people in darkness over here. People sitting in darkness in the great light. He's blocking the light. Oh, it's starting to the shield is starting to get hot. Light brings heat. He put on to keep light on. It gets hotter and hotter and hotter. Still trying to block it. And bursting the flames. Too hot. I'm still trying to hold it. Hold light off. Boom, now he catching the flames. But it's really hot. Like keeps on spreading. Keep. It burns true. Now see the light. It's not analogy, bro. So that's exactly what's happening. They'll catch no fire over there. Catch no fire over there. Let me talk about this quick number close, brothers and sisters. I deal with the shield. That's the map I haven't talked about yet. You got the 5 pillars. They said no hell in your head be harmed. No weapon, right, built against you would prosper. This is something. I guess not. These 5 pillars. That's your protection. That's your bulletproof vest. Because it protects you from every weapon they come at you with. Every weapon. There'll be no nuclear weapon. America will be nuked, but it won't be a nuclear war. Matter of fact, I'm going to make sure that because we want to inherit a nuclear radiated world. No, we're not there. You see here? Here are 5 ways they come at you, brothers and sisters, that you don't even worry about. I'm not going into detail about it, right? But electricity. Now, electricity, if you understand how electricity works, every atom has an electron, and you put an atom in a circle like that, a group of them. Each one has an electron. But if you take the electron away, then it's natural. It needs an electron. It's going to take the electron from the one next to it. You do the same thing. You get a current. If you take 2 out, it's going to go even faster. Take 3 out, even faster. Because each one, they're like magnets. They attract it. And so what does that mean? That means what they do in our neighborhoods is they make sure they know how much we need, how much money it takes for these apartments, how much money it takes to live there. They make sure you don't have enough money for that. Wherever you're working, they make sure you're not paid enough to cover all that. So when that happens, right, you still need it. That's what happens when you start taking other ones, trying to survive. You build a current. That's where electricity works. They do that. Okay. To keep you still around each other. Desperate, need more. You don't have enough. That's one thing. Then you got poison. Junk food, overeating, everything else. Attack you with that. Okay. If it's attacking each other with the electricity, still ripping off each other. Eat 1 meal a day, eat 2 or 3 meals, what? You get sick. Fasting protects you from that. It's slowly poisoned. Food and everything else. I'm just getting the highlights. Right. And then you go here to, so to do that fasting, solve that problem is solve the problem with electricity. Why? Because if you say everybody needs $100 worth of food per day, say you got 100 families. So you got 10 families, $2,100. Right? So if you so that's $1,000 you need in the whole community. If you got 10 people, $1,000 per person, we're going to put $900 in instead of, wait a minute. You got 5,000, you got 5 people, it's simple. 5 people, each one requires $1,000 to survive a month. Right? That's 5,000, but you only put 4,000 there. So now it's a 1,000 deficit. They need that to survive, or they're gonna keep that. So now they're gonna take 1,000 from somebody else. They said, "Well, I'm short now," so they're gonna take somebody else. Now I'm short now. So you see, got a current going. That's how electricity works. So they make sure there's not enough energy, not enough food stuff in the black community, whatever. And because when that happens, it means we're gonna start attacking each other, steal from each other, and everything else. And now now we're criminals. Okay, that's one. Okay, I talk about that. I talk about poison. Okay, look at music. Another way to tax. So the way to deal with the fasting, the way to deal with currents, right? So okay, I don't need it. I need 1,000. You know. And so it's 5. Everybody's 5,000. Everybody gets 1,000. That's what you need. It's fine. But something you don't get 9. Instead of 5,000, everybody gets 1,000 apiece, right? That's what they need. You put 900 in there. So he's gonna take so yeah, hey, he's gonna take from well next was have 1,000, and then that was suffering. So he current, right? Okay. So how do you deal with that? It's cut. Okay. So what you do is you be more disciplined. You say, okay, instead of I need $1,000 a day, right? You know, okay, balance. I just discipline myself to only need 500 a day. I need 500. Discipline. So therefore, now you got enough because it's 900 or 800. But you only need 50 a day. So I'm just getting a short version. I'm gonna got a more lengthy version I'm working on, right? So it's how you do those two. Like, now the other bomb they got, remember they got the electricity bomb, they got the poison bomb, right? They got the music bomb. I told you. They study music, they check, they do what they call x-rays on your brain, I guess we use. And they see it's plays some music what affects parts of your brain. And you know, most you know that some music you hear, you get sad, some you get happy, some right? It affects your mood. And so they found that certain wavelengths and everything will cause you to put you in a state of fear. If you amplify, you put you in a great state of fear. So if you're in battle and all of a sudden they come with these big old blasters, all of a sudden you're afraid. And you can't fight and you run away because the fear overcame you. They have their weapons already. And they're going to use it on you. They use it on you right now. You know, a dog whistle, nobody can hear but the dog. What do they call that? White light? White music? What do they call that? White? No, white? What do they call that? Some kind of sound, right? And you go to store, you can't hear it, but so you hear it subconsciously. They're already putting it in there. You know, they got certain singers out there, right? And they might even know it. They write songs for them. Say, hey, why don't you use this melody or whatever? Because right now they got our nation is most complacent nation on the planet. We hardly know what's going on. It's not bothering us. There's other reasons for that too, but everybody's getting up in the road and everything else. We just because they got music. It's in the music. Make you complacent. Because they got it so good right now. That they have you put you in a concentrate. You know it's concentrate, but you bopping them because move so mellow, and you just go right in there. So how you protect yourself from that? With heart that's emotional. Maybe that's emotional. So if you slots, make slots. If there's no slots, your heart gets firm. Right? Control your emotions. That's how your defense against that. Show your defense against all these things, right? And then the cross. No consequence to the cross. Just whatever tell you. They come at you and say, "Oh, it don't matter. You don't have more. Whatever you do, it don't matter. Just say, believe in Jesus." Consequence tell you, no, you can victim that. And what's the last one? Attack you with that. Attack with the cross. Tell you you don't have to do a consequence. And that's the demons. Right? That's after being achieving Hajj. So you work hard, you force them out. What the idea, brothers and sisters? I'm just giving you a basic idea here. So I'm going to close here, brothers and sisters. I'm close here. I guess I can go in here a little bit. I talk about this electricity. Yeah. Now these are like electrons. These stars, like protons. Each one has an electron. If you take one electron away, one electron away. Well, it's not moving. Oh, there you go. Okay, something wrong about this. I'm not sure what it is. Give me a second here. For some reason I'm moving. Hold on. I'm close out here. Hmm. Hmm. Why is not? Hmm. Okay, I guess. I'll go ahead and play it anyway. There it goes, Bill. It's just finally moving. Okay, I'm the idea, brothers and sisters. But just let go. Okay. Take one. There are start proof from each other because they need they don't have what they need. So take someone hers and they take from the next person, you got a current. It's not now, that's the way it works, brothers and sisters. Another one, brothers and sisters, is pressure. Once, right? Pressure here. Confusion. Hold on. This that's how you use electricity, concept of electricity out of Alice, right? This concept of pressure. All in here crowded in. See, these got space. These are all crowded in one place. That's pressure. Look at project and stuff crowded, a lot of black folks in one place. Pressure. So you bump like put a lot of people in the elevator. Right? You got pressure. People gonna be fighting with each other trying to get space. That's another weapon they use against you. Right? And then confusion. There's confusion here. See? You got original people and you got demons mixed in with them. Come on, brothers and sisters. Another error here. I don't know why it's doing what it's doing. But mhm. Mhm. Again, brothers and sisters, pressure. Push. See, the devils, they got space, they got maneuver. They lock us in a small space. Put out pressure, put out people, they're going to fight each other and everything else. Because, hey, man, turn your radio down. Man, I don't want to turn the radio down. I want to hear it. See? But you go, all right, man, because you cry in the same place. You're going, see, electricity, not enough. So now you fight you try to take each other. You see, start fighting each other because you're compressed in all small space. So-called projects and everything else. And they, by they, I got plenty of space and everything else. That's pressure. Then that's another weapon they use against you. What's it all together projects and all that kind of stuff, right? Homeowner, that's what I was trying to get is a homeowners association. So they had these big complexes out there, all these homes, and they won't let you buy a home out there. Then you got to get approved for home. That's illegal. You can buy a house, you buy a house anywhere. Oh, if you don't, that's how they keep you out of there. Homeowners association. That's the name of it. And then no confusion. That's what the demons for. They got us, and they got demons in mixed in with us. Right? So there's no cohesion there. Right? So we're all divided because they think one way, we think another way. So we can't get no unity. We all divided against ourselves. They divided against themselves too because they divided to keep us divided. Another weapon, demons. That's why Superman's first project is to separate them. I'm going to close here, brothers and sisters. That's it for today. See, here's the demons that have to be separated out. We're all mixing together, but them, of course, let's be separated. They're separated too. But we come together, be two armies. The Logos army talking about the Revelations and the original nation. 17 million, because it's probably 34 million of us all here together. Only 17 million of us original. That's why let's say 17 million. Why? That was prophecy. It wasn't 17 million back in the day. It'll be 17 million, that's the original people, and 17 million, that's the demons. They separated. If we wanted to leave, they wanted to stay. I'll close out here, brothers and sisters. I don't know why it's doing this here. I'm not sure what's going on here. Anyway, I'm clear here, brothers and sisters. What's going on here? Oh, I know why. I know why. I don't know why. All right. Mm-mm. No technical issue, brothers and sisters, but we'll close out in a minute. Mm-hmm. Okay. And be separated. Then we're going home. They're gonna stay and fight for America. Now let's all together, brothers and sisters. Well, anyway, let me show. That's where we are right now. In a few more days, you're gonna see that separation gonna take place. War resume. When it resumes, false Israel go down. Lightning. It's gonna happen suddenly. Shock of the hour. Go down. Dimensions in heaven and earth coming over sudden. American British gonna be kicked out of the Middle East. They're gonna go to Europe. That's gonna kick off Armageddon. Because Europe is gonna turn against America and Britain. Because when Iran takes over, defeats them and kicks them out of the Middle East. There'll be two things going on there. Europe is cut off. They cut off from Russian oil. They cut off from European oil, from Middle East oil too. Iran's not giving anything. So now the only source of oil they have is Russia. They're gonna blame America for all this, not all this. So it'll be getting cold there. So they're gonna make nice with Russia. And Russia's at war with, guess what? So when they come back to those Americans, they come to their bases, because all their bases in the Middle East are going to be kicked out of there. So now all their bases in Europe is going to be under attack by Europeans. So they're going to have to defend them, and that's Armageddon, European war. America and Britain fighting against EU and Russia. That's Armageddon there. It's going to trigger Armageddon here because they're going to attack us at that point, and war is going to erupt over here in America. Civil war, you name it. Total disaster. That's when originators will come together. Remember, there's going to be a time while the war is going on. Hurricanes will be kicked out. They're just going to start coming together. Israel been going down. British kicked out all this. When that war resumes, suddenly, then they're going to attack us. That's when Suleiman would take control of the mills, and all that, because Pharaoh goes down. His control. It's going to see. It's going to happen very fast, bro. Sis, it's going to happen in a few more days, maybe a few more minutes. When it happens, when that war resumes, it's going to happen very fast. Very fast. I'm just giving you the immediates. And next I'll give you, all the aspects of it. But those things you'll see it right away. Falsehoods, they see falsehoods going down. We see Jerusalem surrounded by armies. The desolation is now, it's going to be destroyed. It says, flee, flee, flee. Why? They already set up. They already set the snare for you. The trap's already set. What you expect in a few days, brothers and sisters? And at that point, when Farrakhan is cast out, they're going to separate get out the demons, separate the demons from this chaff and the wheat. That's going to tribulation. And Trump removes him and his elect out of here. It's going to happen very suddenly within the next, for the end of the year. Man, we're going to stand, brothers. I'm going to talk more about it next time. All right? We understand, brothers. I'm going to leave it there. Assalamu alaikum.
Now, family, listen. I believe that America can be beautiful. How can America be made beautiful? Now, family, listen. My brother Imam Wadafuddin and I have had disagreement, but his followers and mine have never given each other as much as a bloody nose. Because in spite of our differences, there's a deep love in us. We don't like the things about our nation that is not good, but I don't want to live anywhere else. I want America to be made right. I don't want to see America go the way of Rome and Babylon and Sodom and Gomorrah. But why won't she go that way? If the men of religion and the women of religion keep silent.
"49. I am come to send fire on the earth, and what will I, if it be already kindled? 50. But I have a baptism to be baptized with, and how am I straitened till it be accomplished? 51. Suppose ye that I am come to give peace on earth? I tell you, nay, but rather division. 52. For from henceforth there shall be 5 in one house divided, 3 against 2, and 2 against 3. 53. The father shall be divided against the son, and the son against the father, the mother against the daughter, and the daughter against the mother-in-law against her daughter-in-law, and the daughter-in-law against her mother-in-law.
When the Muslims were alive, I'll say it again. When the Muslims were alive, you dead as hell now on both sides.
Yes, sir, brother minister. Yes, we are. Yes, sir. That's real, brother minister.
Both sides.
That's real.
Wake us up, dear Apostle.
When we was alive, we we set up schools.
That's right.
When we were alive, we had supermarkets.
That's right.
We owned buildings. We owned farmland. We were busy doing something, hiring our people. Well, I'm telling the Muslims, damn it, if you don't come alive, you will die like you are. And I will say, thank you, Allah, because if they're not doing nothing on top of the earth, let the worms eat their ass. When the Muslims were alive, I'll say it again. When the Muslims were alive, you dead as hell now on both sides.
Yes, sir, brother minister. Yes, we are. Yes, sir. That's real, brother minister. Both sides. That's real. Wake us up, dear Apostle.
When we was alive, we set up schools.
That's right.
When we were alive, we had supermarkets.
That's right.
We owned buildings. We owned farmland. We were busy doing something, hiring our people. Well, I'm telling the Muslims, damn it, if you don't come alive, you will die like you are. And I will say, thank you, Allah, because if they're not doing nothing on top of the earth, let the worms eat their ass.
We own no land here in America. Out of all the 50 states now that America's on, she have not as yet offered to her 22 million free slaves who served their father for 300 years in servitude slavery. Not even the teeniest state in the Union. She has not offered her slave nothing to go upon. While Israel was offered something to leave Egypt with, a few gold pieces. They was helped to get out of Egypt. But we have been let loose like cattle, not even having any chance whatsoever to go away from our slave masters to our own. And they would not carry us back to our people. Let us remember these things. Almighty God, Allah taught us that our fathers wanted to go back to their people when they was put off on the shores of North America. And the ship Jesus that John Hawkins brought our parents here on, they stood and stared at it disappearing in the horizon, crying, wanting to return, with their hands stretched out towards that ship, and tied in chains themselves, bound together, feet. And when they was put off on this memorable shows, they stood there staring at that ship that brought them to a strange land and a strange people who could not speak either one's language. Now they have to live in a strange country and a strange people who had proven to them every mile from their native land that they were going to be the worst enemies that they ever lived with. They were going to be the people that would destroy them. They soon discovered that on the ship that they were being brought here on. I don't know how we should say anything in the name of Jesus of good for us when this ship was named Jesus. This is how that we have always been deceived by the white man, trying to use Jesus, the name Jesus, to lull us off in a mental sleep, thinking that we are on our way to heaven. This is terrible. My beloved brothers and sisters, this is very hard for us to even to accept today. Imagine our parents standing crying to return to their native land and people, and you here today crying to stay with the very enemy that brought our fathers in subjection to their will. You are now turning your face from your own native land and turning it back towards our own prison house and our own enemies who have destroyed us and seeks to further destroy us. How do you feel? How do you feel? Not wanting to return to your people. They are trying to make love with the very people that destroyed you and your parents. How do you feel? Acting sick. And even today, they are beating and shooting you down throughout the country. There is no justice here for you and me. Why should not you want to be separated and be returned to your own? I ask you that question. Think over your parents on the eastern shores of North America, crying and praying to God to be returned to their own 400 years ago. How would they like, or you like to see them rise up in the judgment condemning you for being such fools as now want to live in the land that absolutely enslaved them and killed them and beat them for 300 long years here? They would condemn you as being fools for not wanting to be separated and go to your own, build up a nation for yourself after the white man say you are free. Remember that.
So long till they don't know the birth record, so they just say from remotest antiquity, this is the house that God used to manifest his wisdom, knowledge, understanding, and power in and through. Where is he now? Wherever he want to be. I'm not going to say I know where he is, but I'm glad his power is everywhere. I think I know where he is. I don't want to say because I could be wrong. But he's wherever he wishes to be. Are we to pray and worship Master Farad Muhammad? You don't worship the flesh of any man, because the flesh is going to die. But in that flesh is a wisdom and a power superior to any human being on the earth. So when we look to Allah in the person of Master Farad Muhammad, we look to him. And when he ain't no longer here, the power is going to be here. Honorable Elijah Muhammad said he would live a minimum of 400 years, but 400 years ain't no time. He'll be gone. But before he goes, the foundation of what he lays will never be erased from the planet. That's a God. He prays. He prays. He don't pray to himself. You don't say, surely I have turned myself to me. Who does he pray to? He prays in remembrance of him who originated that which he came in. He came in this body. You can't ignore him who originated this. Anyway, it's deep. It's a big subject. I want to say to my Muslim brothers, when I was in Mecca, I was there for 3 days. I was there for 3 days, and in the 3 days that I was there, wrangling with the scholars, we talked about this. And when I finished explaining, the heaviest scholars there didn't bother to argue. They had to go away and study it. And what we don't realize is God has chosen the foolish things of the world to confound the wise. And what you're doing, you are following those that God wants to put you over. The Arab is a good person, basically. They've done a wonderful job in keeping the book of God pure. And we are grateful to them for so doing. But they messed up. It's your turn now. And God will see how you act. But you're not to follow Arabs. You're to lead them. And you can't lead them following them. See, they like to see you imitating them. Just like white Christians want to see black Christians imitating them. We're not to follow white people today. They had their day of rule, and their day of rule is up. That's all. God is going to replace them with a new ruler. And whether you like it or not, the new ruler is black. He have hair like lamb's wool, and he has feet like burnished brass. And if y'all can't take a black leader, then you might as well get off the planet.
Beloved brothers and sisters, one of the greatest practices in all the religions is prayer. The form and style of prayer varies from faith to faith, but prayer is universal. There is no religious community that does not pray. No prophet of God that did not pray. Abraham prayed, Noah prayed, Moses prayed, David prayed, Joseph prayed, Jesus prayed, Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, prayed, Master Fard Muhammad prays.
We have a lot of that going on, but we're taking care of our farmers. We can't let our farmers not have anybody, these are these people, you can't replace them very easily. People that live in the inner city are not doing that work. They're just not doing that work. And they've tried, we've tried, everybody tried. They don't do it. These people do it naturally. I said, what happens if they get it to a farmer the other day? What happens if they get a bad back? He said, they don't get a bad back, sir, because if they get a bad back, they die. I said, that's interesting, isn't it?
Well, you heard that. Donald Trump is a believer in eugenics. He believes that white people are the superior race. And inner city is code for black people. And he believes black people cannot now work on the farms. I guess they're not good enough for that. So Hispanic people can do it because they have the backs for it. This is what this man is saying out loud in interviews. He is a racist. It's been proven time and time again. The man had Mein Kampf on his bedside table that he would read at night. Enough to let you know where he stands on that. Just more outrageous, racist things from Donald Trump. They want to arrest those who can do the farm work, well, until their backs give out. And then he'll probably ship them to El Salvador or some other country. Just more vile statements from the president and let you know where he stands.
When they were arresting people for praying outside of abortion clinics. I mean, I do think the UK, and I say this as, someone who is half English, I think it's like reached or it is quickly reaching a point where democratic reforms are going to be pretty tough because of the demographic change. And that, of course, the point of importing all these people is to overwhelm the people who live there who disapprove of the program. So you don't have to care what they think because you just bring in new people and their will becomes like all that matters. And so I don't think you're going to fix these things through elections at some point, probably pretty soon. And I just worry a place like the UK, Canada is another, a bunch of different countries in the West are at the point where they're literally revolutionary. They are poised for revolution. And as someone who really doesn't support revolution and hates violence and hates civil war above all, I'm worried about that. I mean, I don't see how this is fixed. Starmer, who's, he's just an instrument of larger forces, but he's a poisonous character, obviously, who's really hurt your country. He's in there for, 4 more years? And so you wonder, people are going to start to get really radical in a scary way. I think this is going to happen. And the people in charge don't seem to care.
Well, you're already seeing it. You are seeing the anger beginning to manifest itself, and I completely understand the anger. I don't like you. I abhor any form of violence, but I do understand the anger when you have, Keir Starmer campaigned on, I'm going to smash the gangs that allow these little boats to come over the channel, delivering tens of thousands of people illegally into the country. And they then get put into these so-called asylum hotels where they're given a pretty good lifestyle, certainly a far better lifestyle than many people really struggling at the moment in the UK. And of course, far from smashing the gangs, it turned out yesterday that he's smashing new records for the number of people coming in illegally on the boats. Of course, it's out of control, and the British public are reaching a point of saying we are done with people coming in illegally and being treated better in a more comfortable and more luxurious manner than we treat our own people.
Well, the whole point is to humiliate and degrade the indigenous population of the British Isles, the white population. I mean, that's the whole point. And are they really going to do something about it? What would that be exactly?
Public are reaching a point of saying we are done with people coming in illegally and being treated better in a more comfortable and more luxurious manner than we treat our own people.
Well, the whole point is to humiliate and degrade the indigenous population of the British Isles, the white population. I mean, that's the whole point. And are they really going to do something about it? What would that be exactly? You'd really have to force a lot of people to go back to their countries of origin, millions of people, and you need to do it really soon. And are they actually willing to do that? I don't know, but these are existential questions that we have been browbeat into ignoring for decades. But the question is is Ireland Ireland? If it's majority non-Irish, oh, shut up, they're Irish. No, they're actually not Irish. Same with the UK, same with England, Scotland, Wales. It's all changing so fast. Nothing like this has ever happened in all of history, except when, say, the Mongols swept across the steppe and raped everybody. That was true demographic change on this scale. But even that wasn't as profound as what we're seeing in every white country around the world. I would say the West, but Australia and New Zealand also. So what is that? Now, my brain is not big enough to understand what that is. I have a lot of theories about it, but I don't know if they're true. All I know is what the numbers are. And that's real. And no one feels that he can say it. Everyone's like, oh, well, if that were happening in China or India or Malaysia or Senegal, it doesn't matter. You'd be like, what the hell is that? The population's totally different. Look at graduation. Pick, King's College Law School, and look at the graduation picture for the last 30 years. Who's in it? Just let your eyes tell you the truth for once. This is a total change in population. Is it better? Is it worse? Can't have that conversation. Who's pushing this? Does the population want it? The population clearly doesn't want it. There's no polling that's meaningful on the subject. There's no referendum on it. You don't get to decide. You've got no voice in it, other than you get to go to jail if you complain loudly enough about it. What is this? I think it's the biggest and darkest thing that has happened in the last 1,000 years, for sure. And I think it's leading somewhere really, really bad. It's not happening by accident, that's obvious, because it's only happening in white countries.
I think that...
Oh, shut up, white supremacist. Well, in fact, I'm not a white supremacist. I'm just noticing what the hell's going on.
I think most people I've spoken to about this in the UK, most people have always viewed the UK to be a very tolerant, multicultural, cosmopolitan place to live. That's why so many people want to come here. And people have no problem with that. And it's been very successful for a long period of time.
But it's multicultural? What does that mean?
We have a lot of different people from different countries, different cultures, and it's always worked historically.
So is Sharia law in a multicultural country, is Sharia law? What does that mean?
We have a lot of different people from different countries, different cultures, and it's always worked historically.
So is Sharia law in a multicultural country, is Sharia law every bit as valid as English common?
No, people don't want Sharia law here. No.
A lot of people do. Wait, hold on. I don't know what you mean. Multiculturalism itself is a lie designed to subvert a society. No, a society has a culture. You can argue about what it is or ought to be. It's not necessarily the same as race. It's connected to race, but it's not the same. People from different races can buy into your culture. That was kind of the beauty of the West. But a multicultural society is not sustainable. There's never been such a thing.
Your society is
one
about
culture will dominate.
Hang on, Tucker. Surely the United States of America, given the very way it was created, is the epitome of a multicultural society. And my point I was going to make to you was...
It's absolutely not. No. It's a multiracial society.
Yeah.
Though it was not actually a multiracial society up until pretty recent. It was just like 90% white for most of its existence, but whatever. But you did have different peoples, you had different religions. That was all totally fine, but there was one culture, as American culture. There's no such thing as a multicultural society. It's not sustainable. One culture will overwhelm the other. Again, it's not the same as race. It's not identical to race. It's connected, but it's not the same. But multiculturalism is by definition insane. No, it's never happened. It never will happen. One culture will predominate. It will impose its values on everybody else. I mean, the gay thing, which was not a thing 40 years ago, gay was a slur, all of a sudden becomes multiculture there. There's one culture, and it's required. And that's true in every society because a culture is a commonly agreed upon set of values, which in their firmest form are called laws.
But those values can evolve.
This is true everywhere.
But those values can evolve.
Of course they evolve, but there's only one set of them. It's not multicultural. There's one set. You worship one God in every society. Sorry.
But your country's values were established by the United States Constitution, and that's had, 26, 27 amendments? Right. So your own values, as determined by the founding fathers, they have evolved and been changed to accommodate changing times.
There's no doubt. Look, I'm not even arguing against change. That's natural. It's natural that people's views evolve.
So the culture changes.
Once you start rejecting the laws of nature, then you're doomed. But let me just say, no, of course, societies change. I get it. All I'm saying, I'm making a very discrete, specific point, which is multiculturalism as an idea is laughably stupid. It has never worked. We never had it anywhere, and it never will exist because it's contrary to human nature. One culture, one way of looking at things, one worldview will predominate, and it will punish all who deviate from it. That is the nature of societies. So if you're telling me it's
determined by the founding fathers, they have evolved and been changed to accommodate changing times.
There's no doubt. Look, I'm not even arguing against change. That's natural. It's natural that people's views evolve.
So those values can evolve.
There's one culture, and it's required. And that's true in every society because a culture is a commonly agreed upon set of values, which in their firmest form are called laws.
But those values can evolve.
This is true everywhere.
But those values can evolve.
Of course they evolve, but there's only one set of them. It's not multicultural. There's one set. You worship one God in every society. Sorry.
But your country's values were established by the United States Constitution, and that's had, 26, 27 amendments? Right. So your own values, as determined by the founding fathers, they have evolved and been changed to accommodate changing times.
There's no doubt. Look, I'm not even arguing against change. Natural that people's views evolve.
So the culture changes.
Once you start rejecting the laws of nature, then you're doomed. But let me just say, no, of course, societies change. I get it. All I'm saying, I'm making a very discrete, specific point, which is multiculturalism as an idea is laughably stupid. It has never worked. We never had it anywhere, and it never will exist because it's contrary to human nature. One culture, one way of looking at things, one worldview will predominate, and it will punish all who deviate from it. That is the nature of societies. So if you're telling me it's multicultural, we can all live and like have radically different values, that's just not true. It's never been true. It never will be true. So you're having one culture, one worldview predominate over another and dominate and suppress all dissent. Like, that's just what it is, dude. Let's be honest.
I would point to the United States of America and the United Kingdom as two shining examples, albeit not completely without their flaws, but shining examples of places that are deemed by the rest of certainly feel that about my country.
Well, I certainly think that inherent in Christianity is the notion of tolerance, and that draws from a core Christian concept, which is free will. You cannot force someone to convert. There's never been conversion by the sword in Christianity. People decide to believe in it. And so that is central to the religion, therefore it's been central to the society. Western civilization is Christian civilization. And so we call that tolerance. It's a respect for your inherent God-given right to make a choice about what you believe. Okay, so of course, that's always been a feature. My only point is, a society has a commonly agreed upon set of beliefs, rules, and laws that are the definition of the society itself. That's what society is. So you can't have competing. You can't have, gay world and Sharia world living co-equally in a society. That does not happen. It will never happen. You have to pick one. Are we the Sharia society? Are we the party time gay rights society? Like, which one? And you can't face that reality, so you're just sort of snoozing along until the inevitable point where you're going to wake up and be like, my values have no bearing on what our society is anymore, because we've been invaded by other people with a totally different worldview, and they're now in charge. And that day is coming very soon for your country, and maybe it'll improve it. I don't think the UK could be a lot worse than it already is. It's this kind of disgusting, sad, self-hating, suicidal island that was once great. It kills me to see it as a half English person, but that day is coming. It will change. You will either decide to be Western or Eastern. That's a choice that we're all going to face. I don't want to face that choice, but it's being foisted upon us by the architect. That's a choice that we're all going to face. Suicidal island that was once great. It kills me to see it as a half English. That day is coming. It will change. You will either decide to be Western or Eastern. That's a choice that we're all going to face. I don't want to face that choice, but it's being foisted upon us by the architects of mass migration. Sorry.
I would question your characterization as my country as a sad, disgusting, what's the rest of it, suicidal nation. I feel none of those things. I feel very happy to be in the United Kingdom, and I feel that there are lots of very happy.
Our system, the Western system, which is very distinct from the Eastern system, very distinct, and it's distinct on this one precise point, we believe and have always believed since this country was founded, since your country became, not a pure monarchy, but even when it was a pure monarchy, the belief in the West, because of Christianity, was the worst thing you can do is punish the innocent. That's the worst thing you can do. That's worse than not punishing the guilty. And we often said that to each other. We no longer say that because there is a pretty concerted effort to blur the meaning of these terms. But I'm not going to be deterred from defining words precisely. Terror is murdering people, killing people, punishing people who committed no crime. Period.
So when the Israeli government says it has repeatedly that even though over 20,000 completely innocent children are believed to have died in their response to what Hamas did on October the 7th at the hands of the IDF, there are many on the pro-Palestinian side who say that Israel is behaving like terrorists too in the way that they have gone about conducting this war. Would you go as far as to say that?
One of the things that I really object to now is this relentless focus on Israel, which, by the way, is a foreign country that I have nothing to do with.
We've done this before. Now, maybe today things are different, and we will end up living in a nation that is sharply divided and may ultimately produce something else. But I'm an American. I love my country. I want to see it stay together. I'm interested in social cohesion, which means that I think our laws, customs, and culture have to be dominant. We can accept some diversity on the edges, but not fundamental division. I think we're in a state of fundamental division. So when I bring up Sharia law, I've sat in many discussions with many people that said, well, I don't care what people look like, but I do care about Sharia law, and I don't want that practiced anywhere near my family or in my country. And that's something you should be aware of. So the notion that someone can come here and say, well, that's part of my religion and we're going to abide by Sharia law, they're going to find serious resistance and opposition in the country.
And that clarified,
It's because it matters. It's this thing we call societal cohesion. Nations do not exist on their own. They have a core population. Our core population from the very beginning was always at least 80% European and Christian and about 15 to 20% African. But when you start bringing in huge numbers, millions, who are fundamentally different from the core population, you are going to get violence, anger, and conflict. How many times have you heard people say, if you bring people in from the developing world, what do you get? The developing world. And now we've got that. You can't bring in hundreds of thousands of people from Somalia, plant them, of all places, in Minnesota, and then be shocked that, no, they're not Americans. They're not really interested in being Americans. They're foreigners living on American soil. Nobody wants to say that publicly. If you do, oh, well, you're a racist. Well, you know, the world is full of racists. The real war that's going to decide our fate is not going to be fought anywhere overseas. It's going to be fought right here inside the United States. Are we going to survive as a republic, as an English-speaking republic that rests on the foundations of Western civilization? Or are we going to become something else?
One point that is
The Constitution was completed in 1789. I think we had 5 million people living in the 13 British colonies. We were 90% white, that is excluding the Africans that were in the country who had been brought here as slaves. But we were 90% white. We were 90% Protestant. And this may be hard for you to believe, but the people that wrote that were trying to protect all of the Protestant sects from a state church on the model of the Church of England and the Roman Catholic Church. That's one of the reasons it was almost 100 years or more after that before people began to finally accept Catholicism as a religion, because it was viewed as political power. My point to you is the Constitution is outdated. The way we are governed is outdated. It has to be re-examined. Nobody in 1789 imagined that anybody would come to the United States except another lunatic, religious fanatical Protestant who hated the Church of England. That's what people feared. That's what they thought of. The Constitution that we have does many good things, but I would argue that the Bill of Rights is ultimately more important. The Bill of Rights is vital and essential, and that needs to be defended. But the Constitution and the way we govern and the things that we're doing, it's out of date. It doesn't fit our needs. And that's back to my comment on something given has no value. You have to earn it. And we haven't made anybody earn their place in this country. I'm talking about people like me that have been here forever. My first ancestor stepped off the boat in 1681. So we've got to get back to some notion of national service, because national service promotes national integration. It addresses some of these problems that you're discussing. Now, I know that you may not want to conform and may not want to be as I am, but I'm an American and nobody questions that. Nobody ever will. If you don't want to stand out and be questioned, then I suggest that you change your appearance, because I don't think it's life or death for you to wear what you wear.
I think this conversation,
it's not fine, because it's leading to violence that could have otherwise been avoided. You see, every great nation, every large nation can always accept some number of people into its ranks that are different from them. It's always been the case. But if you suddenly import millions, which is what's happened here and happened in Europe, then you threaten the core gene pool. What I'm trying to tell you is there's a problem. And we can all pretend that there isn't, and you can insist there isn't, but that's the view. And I think it's incumbent upon all of us to address it truthfully and openly. Stop pretending it's not a problem. It's a problem.
I mean, what's also a problem is white supremacy, and that's
no, because of you're saying you're different, you're going to remain different, and you don't think that if that's not compatible with being an American, then the hell with it. That's what you're going to do.
Well, then what do you make then of, white American people who convert, let's say, to Islam and choose to cover? Are they not American anymore?
Listen, if they want to do that, that's obviously their business. I don't know how many are out there that do that. I think again, it's ill-advised. I think you have to hold the society together. There has to be an agreement on certain things, customs, culture, way of life. And unfortunately, if you're going to practice rigidly a brand of Islam that demands certain things, and this is why I asked right off the bat, do you support Sharia law?
I'm a Muslim. What being a Muslim means is I follow the guidelines of my religion, which is a peaceful
Does your religion dictate to you Sharia law?
My religion dictates to me to be a good human being, to be good to my neighbors, to
that the most powerful force in today's Republican Party is represented by what Charlie Kirk said. It is this drive to make America a white Christian nation. I got to tell you, this is what they say privately. This is now what they say publicly. This is what Charlie Kirk said publicly.
And Joe, again, one of the reasons I wanted to have you on, because you know these people very, very well. Yeah. You said it yourself. You were one of the strongest voices. You were one of the folks who understood the incendiary language when you were in Congress, when you had your radio show, and how people loved when you did it. And then when you chose to apologize for that and turn away from it, oh my God, they literally have just tried to destroy you because of that.
Yeah, again, you know the deal, Roland, right? I came out publicly against Trump 7 years. For 7 years, I put up with death threats on a regular basis. Nobody is welcome in that party unless you bow down to what this force is, this MAGA force. And again, look, there have been some people on the left who've celebrated Charlie Kirk's murder. Shame on them, be better people. But this is much worse, Roland, what my former friends are doing on the right, because they are turning this into a holy war. When you say we declare war on the left because of what some 22-year-old young guy did in Utah, and then you declare war on the whole left, that's a lot worse than celebrating Charlie Kirk's murder, because that's dishonest, but that's also inciting hate and violence. And Roland, look, Trump's an idiot. So yeah, Trump says the left, the problem in the country is the left. J.D. Vance is not an idiot. What did J.D. Vance say today, right? He was subbing for Charlie Kirk on his radio show, and he spent the entire show going after the left, going after them, they, them. Man, Democrats need to wake up, Roland. This is a really serious deal by my former colleagues. The stuff that I hear privately from them right now, Roland, for the last 5 days, I mean, they want to go to war. This is a holy war.
Oh, it absolutely is. And what really jumps out at me on this very thing here, Joe, and I've been saying this, I played the speech 2 weeks ago that mainstream media just ignored of Missouri Senator Eric Schmidt, who gave a speech at NatCon, Peter Thiel's group, where he literally gave a white nationalist speech where he said our ancestors fought for this country to be ours and no one else. He was talking about white people. He was basically saying if you are black, Latino, Asian American, or even Native American, America is not for you. And folks just ignored it. And so people need to understand, again, what they're saying, why they're saying it. And yes, there are many evangelicals, any very conservative white Christians who are pushing this as well. And you nailed it. They want a holy war. They want a race war. They want this to be a white country. It is clear as day.
And Roland, really important point. Charlie Kirk at only 31, the impact he had because he was one of the most successful pushers of this white Christian nationalistic idea. And so I think that's why all of his defenders are out there so strenuously denying he said anything divisive, because they know if you really go through Charlie Kirk's public record, everything he said about people of color and black women and Muslims and gays and transgenders, if people took the time to go through all of that, and that was put out for average people to see, they'd be blown away by it. That's why his defenders are like supercharged right now. They don't want that record to be seen.
Today, you mentioned, and I mentioned as well, Vice President J.D. Vance sitting in to do his show. And listen to this man just blatantly lie, Joe. Play it.
I read a story in The Nation magazine about my dear friend, Charlie Kirk. Now, The Nation isn't a fringe blog. It's a well-funded, well-respected magazine whose publishing history goes back to the American Civil War. George Soros's Open Society Foundation funds this magazine, as does the Ford Foundation and many other wealthy titans of the American progressive movement. The writer accuses Charlie of saying, and I quote, "Black women do not have brain processing power to be taken seriously." But if you go and watch the clip, the very clip she links to, you realize he never said anything like that. He never uttered those words. He made an argument against affirmative action as a policy. He criticized a specific Supreme Court justice as an individual. He never said anything about black women as a group. He made an argument for judging people of all races and backgrounds by their own individual merits.
Bullshit.
Okay, Joe, this is actually what he said.
No, Roland, that's utter bullshit.
In fact, you know, if we would have said 3 weeks ago, Blake, if we would have said that Joy Reid and Michelle Obama and Sheila Jackson Lee and Ketanji Brown Jackson were affirmative action picks, we would have been called the racist. But now they're coming out and they're saying it for us. They're coming out and they're saying, I'm only here because of affirmative action. Yeah, we know. You do not have the brain processing power to otherwise be taken really seriously. You had to go steal a white person's slot to go be taken somewhat seriously. Play cut 52.
But I rise today as a clear recipient of affirmative action, particularly in higher education. I may have been admitted on affirmative action, both in terms of being a woman and a woman of color.
All right, Joe. He literally said it. Not only that, Vance lied. Soros does not fund the nation. So he sat there and flat out lied.
And Roland, remind me, what's J.D. Vance's job? He's the vice president? And yet he had time today to do a radio show for a former right-wing podcaster. I mean, look what they're not even, Roland, they're not even subtle about it, what this White House is doing. They believe, man, the path to victory is fear, hate, and division. And that's what they're putting out there. That was Charlie Kirk literally going after 4 accomplished black women by saying they didn't have the brain power to get where they got. This is what he believed. And this is what MAGA believes. And that, again, Roland, broken record, that's why Charlie Kirk was so damn successful, why he had such a big audience.
Yeah, and not only that, you take Nick Fuentes, who's to the right of Charlie Kirk. The night of or the day after Kirk was shot and killed, Fuentes had 200,000 people watching him live. And so what you have this fervor. And so when I listen to Trump and Vance and all these people talk about, how the left, they're indoctrinating. No, and you know this very well, the indoctrination. We've had people who formerly are with Turning Point USA put out videos talking about how it was really this cult-like figure, this messianic figure, as they sort of set Kirk up as, and how they want them to follow that. And so that's what's going on here. These people are not trying to have open dialogue. And not only that, Joe, you take Trump, okay? Trump was very clear in saying he was not going to call Governor Tim Walz after those 4 folks were shot in Minnesota. 2 were killed, including former Speaker of the House and her husband. Now today he's saying, he never even heard of Melissa Hortman, and if the governor had asked him, he would have, of course, lowered the flags to have staff. I'm sorry, he's also lying. He knew about her. He knew about the shooting, but he was so arrogant that he said, 2 Democrats, a Democrat Speaker of the House shot and killed. Yeah, I don't care, but lower the flags to have staff for Charlie Kirk. Flies body on Air Force 2. Do a memorial service at the Kennedy Center. Do another one at the Arizona Cardinal Stadium. Give him the Medal of Freedom. And I'm telling you, they're going to give him a state funeral. That's what you're seeing right now. And then you got Peter Hegseth going after members of the military who said anything negative in the aftermath of his death. You've got Kirk supporters creating a database of people of every social media post, and then even Vance saying in the podcast, you call their employer. So the so-called free speech people all of a sudden are saying, if you say anything negative about Charlie Kirk after what took place last week, we're going to come after you, come after your job. I thought they hated cancel culture, Joe.
Yeah. Roland, I remember back in my right-wing radio days, I would come on every day, and there was always some story about some leftist group on a college campus that couldn't handle speech that made them uncomfortable
to say.
Roland, this is scary, and you and I are old enough, man, to remember huge figures in American history who were gunned down, struck down, military leaders, civil rights leaders. We are treating this 31-year-old podcaster, MAGA influencer, like he's Jesus Christ. So I come from the right. Why are my old colleagues and friends on the right doing this, Roland? Because the right wants a religious war. Let's just call it. They want a civil war. They want a holy war. That's why they're putting him up to be some Jesus-like martyr.
Absolutely. I mean, Glenn Beck literally came out and said he was a civil rights leader. Oh, my God, stop it. Stop it. I've seen people say, I've seen a lot of these videos, I'm leaving my church because my pastor did not mention him. This was a Christian warrior. And let's just be clear. You said it, white Christian nationalists. It's slaveholder religion. We heard a lot of this stuff during slavery, during Jim Crow, things along those lines. And this whole idea about, oh no, it was about debate. It was about, exchange of ideas. I mean, come on, let's just stop it. And so we see what's going on here. We see the games that are being played. And then what gets me, Joe, is this whole deal of, oh my God, the left, how they indoctrinated him and the accused killer going to a university. The dude was at a university for 1 semester, Joe. You're trying to tell me that 1 semester at a mostly white institution in Mormon, Utah, which is not a liberal bastion, somehow just radicalized him? I mean, it really is showing folks the hand they're trying to play.
Yeah, and I think even on top of that, Roland, I think it was like some technical school. So it wasn't some crazy liberal arts school for a semester. Look, cut through all the BS. The Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson, has publicly said that America should be a white Christian country. This is what animates my former party. Roland, you know me, right? Tea Party Hellraiser. I don't come from the left. I left the Republican Party when the Republican Party became MAGA. And my fellow Democrats and folks on the left need to understand, now these people are on the right. Now this is MAGA. MAGA now are the snowflakes. MAGA, Roland, they now need their safe spaces. It's funny, but it's not funny. And you're right about J.D. Vance, man. He just flat out lied. I mean, the last 30-year history of political violence in this country, the vast majority of it is right-wing. It always has been. And they put out this lie that it's only on the left. It's not even, Roland, a both sides problem between the left and the right. There is political violence on the left, but the vast majority is on the right, and they know that, and they're lying because they're trying to inflame their base. And Roland, I hear from their base every day, and let me tell you something, they are inflamed. I mean, they are ready to march and grab their you-know-what. This is a scary time.
It is, and folks need to understand what is certainly at stake. Joe Walsh, I appreciate you joining us on the show.
History of the cross, known by their works. What's the history of the cross? 500-year history of the cross. Murder, rape, destruction, deception, enslavement, burning, terrorizing. To maintain a slavery system, you must terrorize the people 24/7. They terrorize people from Africa and America for 400 years. Constant terror, 24/7, rape, murder. In the name of Jesus. This was Christians, not Buddhists, not Hindus. Christians, in the name of Jesus, where they said Jesus cursed black people. They call them Ham, cursed them to be slaves and persecuted forever. In the name of Jesus, raped our women incessantly, pissed in our mouths, made us eat shit. And they took and tried to clean up, not clean it up, but make it look more fashionable, I guess, by calling it chitlins. That's after slavery, of course, after so-called slavery. Because what was into it was not slavery. Look up slavery. Look up slavery. It does include murder, rape, terror. This is a Holocaust. And then now they try to downplay it. Oh, that was 400 years ago. No, it wasn't 40 years ago. I don't care, it was a million years ago. It was 40 years ago. It lasts for 400 years. As they're doing today. They took everything away from the slaves. Everything. Their name, their culture, their families, their religion, their minds, everything. Fed their children to alligators as alligator bait. And then they talk about what's going on in Gaza when they did 1,000 times worse. What's going over in Gaza now is simply just a miniature version of what they did. What they did was far worse than what's going on in Gaza. Gaza's bad. It's genocide. What they did was far worse and much longer. That's the legacy of Christianity. Murder, rape, disease. They wiped out the native population with genocide and disease. Smallpox blankets, knowing they was full with disease. Herpes, syphilis, gonorrhea from sleep with animals. So-called common cold was not common. Didn't exist here on this side of the world until they brought it here. Murder, rape. When they was raping out women, there was a cross hanging from their neck. And again, they taught black, and this was God's will. God's will. The enslavement of our people. And they continue on even today. That's the legacy of Christianity, the cross. So where's your rap sheet? Every time they arrest one of our people, your rap sheet, what's your rap sheet? How are you going to judge people for murder when you're guilty of murder beyond imagination for hundreds of years? Hundreds of years. Theft. You stole this land and murdered his people. And you crushed the native people here. When the Braves would go out hunting, you would come into the camps like cowards and kill the women and smash the children's brains out on the hooves of your horses. This is the legacy of Christianity. That's the legacy of it. The question is, if instead of Columbus coming here, Dracula came here, Beelzebub, Wolfman, Frankenstein, Satan, and they all came instead of Columbus, what could they have done that Columbus and those that followed him did? Satan is the God of this world. That's the God they're serving. They have known him by their works. What are the works of Christianity? What are the works of Christianity? Where's the works of Christianity? Evil, deception, mischief, bloodshedding. It goes on today. And what's going on in Gaza, just reflection and microcosm of what was done here in America for hundreds of years. Raped out women incessantly. They would even rape while they was out in the fields picking cotton. They would jump off their horse and tell them to bend over and rape them. And tell them to keep picking cotton while they was doing it. This is the kind of stuff that they would do. Make one slave defecate and slave and slave in the mouth of another slave, and then bound it up so he couldn't spit it out for 7 days. That's a legacy of slavery. You did it all in the name of Jesus. There's a legacy of slavery. Legacy of slavery. 40 years plus. Legacy of Christianity. Legacy of the cross. That's the legacy. That's the true legacy. So whose works are those? Who are you serving? Who are you serving? The legacy of the cross. Where's your rap sheet, America? Gog? Where's your rap sheet, Magog? Britain? Where's your maidship? Where's your rap sheet? Antichrist, false Israel? Where's your rap sheet? Then they colonized Africa. They're stealing for ripping off everyone. That's the legacy of Christianity. It's been ruling for over 500 years. And now, the threat of nuclear war to finish off everything. That's a legacy of Christianity in the name of your Jesus.
Surely you ain't talking about us packing our bags and going westward or going out there in the land. Ain't no cities, no towns, no infrastructure out there. Surely you ain't talking about that, are you? No. We ain't going back to Africa. No. This is your land. Our sweat, our tears, our blood has earned us the right to the land. What God wants you to do is come out of their ways. Come out of their pagan holidays, where you should be honoring Jesus You out here buying bunny rabbits and inviting your children to paint eggs for some Easter hunt. Come out of her. Get the Santa Claus out of your house, and a tree that is the way of the pagans. Come out of her. St. Valentine's Day. The heck is that? Excuse me. Come out of her name. Come out of her religion. Come out of her culture. Come out of her way of life. Come out of her educational system.
Back to their people. When they was put off on the shores of North America. And the ship, Jesus, that John Hawkins brought our best hero. They stood and stared at it disappearing in the horizon, crying, wanting to return, with their hands stretched out towards that ship, and tied in chains themselves, bound together. And when they was put off on this memorable shows, they stood there staring at that ship that brought them to a strange land and a strange people who could not speak either one's language. Now they have to live in a strange country and a strange people who had proven to them every mile from their native land that they were going to be the worst enemies that they ever lived with. They were going to be the people that would destroy them. They soon discovered that on this ship that they were being brought here on. I don't know how we should say anything in the name of Jesus of good for us when this ship was named Jesus. This is how that we have always been deceived by the white man, trying to use Jesus, the name Jesus, to lull us off in a mental sleep, thinking that we are on our way to heaven. This is terrible. My beloved brothers and sisters, this is very hard for us to even to accept today. Imagine our parents standing crying to return to their native land and people, and you here today crying to stay with the very enemy that brought our fathers in subjection to their will. You and I, turning your face from your own native land and turning it back towards our own prison house and our own enemies who have destroyed us and seeks to further destroy us. How do you feel? How do you feel? Not wanting to return to your people. They are trying to make love with the very people that destroyed you and your parents. How do you feel acting such? And even today they are beating and shooting you down down throughout the country. There is no justice here for you and me. Why is it that you want to be separated and be returned to your own? I ask you that question. Think over your parents on the eastern shore of North America, crying and praying to God to be returned to their own 400 years ago. How would they like, or you like to see them rise up in the judgment condemning you for being such fools as now want to live in the land that absolutely enslaved them and killed them and beat them for 300 long years here. They would condemn you as being fools for not wanting to be separated and go to your own, build up a nation for yourself after the white man say you were free. Remember that.
Surely you ain't talking about us packing our bags and going westward or going out there in the land. Ain't no cities, no towns, no infrastructure out there. Surely you ain't talking about that, are you? No. We ain't going back to Africa. No. This is your land. Our sweat, our tears, our blood has earned us the right to the land. What God wants you to do is come out of their ways. Come out of their pagan holidays where you should be honoring Jesus. You are out here buying bunny rabbits and inviting your children to paint eggs for some Easter hunt. Come out of her. Get the Santa Claus out of your house and a tree that is the way of the pagans. Come out of her. St. Valentine's Day. What the heck is that? Excuse me. Come out of her name. Come out of her religion. Come out of her culture. Come out of her way of life. Come out of her educational system.
Put it back to their people. When they was put off on the shores of North America. And this ship, Jesus, that John Hawkins brought our best hero. They stood and stared at it disappearing in the horizon, crying, wanting to return. With their hands stretched out towards that ship and tied in chains themselves bound together. And when they was put off on this memorable shows, they stood there staring at that ship that brought them to a strange land and a strange people who could not speak either one's language. Now they have to live in a strange country and a strange people who had proven to them every mile from their native land that they were going to be the worst enemies that they ever lived with. They were going to be the people that would destroy them. They soon discovered that on this ship that they were being brought here on. I don't know how we should say anything in the name of Jesus of good for us when this ship was named Jesus. This is how that we have always been deceived by the white man, trying to use Jesus, the name Jesus, to lull us off in a mental sleep, thinking that we are on our way to heaven. This is terrible. My beloved brothers and sisters, this is very hard for us to even to accept today. Imagine our parents standing crying to return to their native land and people, and you here today crying to stay with the very enemy that brought our fathers in subjection to their will. You are now turning your face from your own native land and turning it back towards our own prison house and our own enemies who have destroyed us and seeks to further destroy us. How do you feel? How do you feel? Not wanting to return to your people. They are trying to make love with the very people that destroyed you and your parents. How do you feel acting such? And even today, they are beating and shooting you down throughout the country. There is no justice here for you and me. Why should not you want to be separated and be returned to your home? I ask you that question. Think over your parents on the eastern shore of North America, crying and praying to God to be returned to their home 400 years ago. How would they like, or you like to see them rise up in the judgment condemning you for being such fools as now want to live in the land that absolutely enslaved them and killed them and beat them for 300 long years here. They would condemn you as being fools for not wanting to be separated and go to your own, build up a nation for yourself after the white man say you are free. Remember that.
Assalamu alaikum, sisters and brothers. Sulman Rahim here, Messenger of the Covenant. Okay, brothers, this has been a year now, and We're finally home after 40 years in Arabia. I'm reporting to you from Arabia. Finally home after 40 years. Right? And so we've been here a year now. And there was an agreement made. A former slave master, he said, we had a choice. Stay here or leave. Right? So we chose our inheritance, Arabia. So we left. And half the original people decided they wanted to give up their inheritance and traded for a place in America in reconciliation with their former slave master. That's their choice. They chose, said, we don't want to go over to Arabia. We don't go over there sand and all that stuff. We want to stay here in America. We've been here all our lives, been here 40 years, born here, right? And we can make peace with our slave master. Okay, so they decided to stay. And so after a year, right, we're getting reports of how things are going over there. And it doesn't sound too good. How things are going over in America with their reparations. Because they was given, they got 6 states, I believe. Yeah, see? Yeah. Yeah, they got those 6 states right there. That's what Farrakhan told them. You know, they was listening to Farrakhan. Farrakhan promised them, you know, they stay there, 6 states, right? Had their own land. And they can make reconciliation with the former slave master. They're not devils. They're not devils. They're human beings. They just had a rough, you know, they were just, you know, did some things wrong, but now they, you know, they're gonna make amends and make reparations. So 6 states, and in addition to that, they gave everybody $1 million. Everybody stayed $1 million. Right? Say, thank you, Farrakhan. They're so happy. Thank you, Farrakhan. Thank you, Farrakhan. Man, you got 6 states. That's what you promised us. We got 6 states. They're thanking you. Thank you, Farrakhan. Right? And you know, I mean, this was a year ago. They got the 6 states. Thank you, Farrakhan. Right? Everybody got $1 million. Everybody $1 million. And they're rejoicing. Oh man, they're so happy. Hey, we came here. We made it. We got America, man. We got reconciliation for a master. We got 6 states. Everybody got $1 million. We're all rich. That was a year ago when we left. So we're in Arabia. They're still back there in America. And now we're getting reports a year later. This was the way it was a year ago, man. They were so happy. They were so happy. Right? And now we get reports of what's going on right now. Let's see. Oops, it says a power failure. Great power failure in those 6 states. Power failure. And just those 6 states. Right? So, and now they had a big and massive, they came asking to turn the power. Well, why can't they do it? Oh, Farrakhan didn't train anybody. He was telling you about 6 states, he never prepared you for them. So nobody knows how to do it. How to turn the power grid back on. So now he's begging, man, master, can you come and turn this thing back on for us? I mean, you would think that if he told him 6 states to promise him that he would have prepared him for it, right? Their schools and education, whatever they needed for that. But I guess they didn't, because they say over there now he's begging the former master to come and turn the power back on. And then what? I mean, this is all that's happening now. I mean, I'm getting these imports in now. A year later, it's like they're coming in every hour. Power grid failure, right? Then I said, oops, crop failure. All of a sudden, there's no. They looked at the farmers, wasn't they doing it? Farmers said, oh. So then they had master, what's happening here? How come no, right? Our crop. They found that the land they gave them wasn't that fertile. A year later, nothing's growing. Crop failure. And now they master, what's happening here? Right? And then, I mean, all these things, every hour that's coming in, right? And then they look, and they had, a year ago they had plenty of food on the shelves, right? And now, they look there now and all the food's gone. It's gone. She said, what am I going to do here? Food's gone. The house is empty. So he said, Master, we need some food. Well, how come you can't produce your own food? I mean, you want your own country. You got your own states. That's your country. Then you run it. What are you calling us for? Right? So they've been praying. And then, oops, no fuel. There's Master, no fuel there. Well, you got to buy your fuel. You got to produce your own fuel. What you calling us for? You got your own 6 states now. What you calling us for? Go and get some fuel. You got money, right? You got your own states. So you got to get your own. What you calling us for? You said you wanted your own, so now you got it. And you got your reparation, so we don't owe you anything anymore. We don't owe you anything anymore, so what you calling us for? We don't owe you anything. You said you agreed to 6 states and $1 million per person. You took that instead of your inheritance, what you call the Abrahamic covenant, Arabia. Your brothers and sisters, they left. They took that was offered to them. They took it, and you said no. I want this instead. So now you got it. So what you calling us for? Oh, no communications. Oh man. No communications, right? No medical facilities. So what's going on, Master? Wait a minute, hold on. That's you. What you calling us for? That's yours. You gotta handle that stuff. You want us to handle it for you? You want independence, now you have it. I mean, wow, this stuff was coming every hour, man. Instead of like a year, they was celebrating. And now they crying and begging the Master, hey, we got all these problems here. I said, wait a minute, that's yours. What comes about your problems? You have to work those out. Right? No transportation, I mean, no planes, or nowhere. We don't know about fly the planes and to drive the trucks and the boats and stuff and to go and get this stuff. Well, what you done that for? You wanted this, you got it. So go ahead and get to train your own pilots, build your own planes, build your own boats and right? You see what I'm saying? Transportation, build your own trucks. What you calling for? Yeah, Master, we see this. You said you wanted 6 states, you got it. You want $1 million per person. That was your reparations. So now if you didn't prepare people to take care of this, how's that our problem? You're independent now. You're really free now. Oops, no fuel, the gas station's empty. I can't drive, man. And no gas. Man, wow. All this stuff happened like for a year. They thought that everything was great, and all of a sudden everything ran out. So I guess what happened? Everything was there when they got it, and then it ran out. They had to, for them to replace the fuel, to get the farms going. So they was left with that stuff. The factory was full. I mean, warehouses full. Then you had to keep they thought that was just going to, I guess they thought it was just going to be there, just by itself. They didn't prepare for it. See? And they ain't trained any engineers and scientists and architects and stuff. They you know, business, they didn't train anybody. So Farrakhan, he told you he's going to get this for you, but he didn't prepare you for it. He didn't get anybody to handle this stuff. So what was that all about? So now he asked the master, said, hey, don't call on me. You was here, you had it when you was here with me. You said you want independence, you wanted reparations, so you gave it to you. Well, calling your brothers over there. They left, they handled their own business. You said you want to stay here. Right? See? You don't have any professionals or technicians, scientists, doctors, none of that. See? I mean, that's what, you know, because, I mean, if you're going to set reparation, you should be preparing for that, right? So if he was telling you about reparation, you should be preparing for it. If he thought, if he said, God said that's where he's going to get you, so if God told him he's going to get that for you, then he should, like when God told Noah there was a flood coming, to only build an ark, so he started building an ark. And so you should start preparing for the 6 states and the reparations, but apparently you didn't. And so now, it does say, look, hold it. We want total separation. I mean, look, we don't want you to call us no more. We don't want you to call us no more. Because you're wearing us. You want your own country. You got your own land. Right? You got money, $1 million, all this stuff, right? And so now we got to protect your money and everything too? No, you have to create your own money. You have to do all these things, your own wealth, not ours. Right? So we're going to cut you off from that too. That's all economics. So they go and tell it. They tell all the people and you know, on all the white folks, right? Because all the black folks, now all the black folks is either in Arabia or in those 6 states. That's the solution. You had to be one way or the other. There couldn't be no integration, that kind of stuff. That's the deal. You just said one or the other. So all the black folks are there, ain't no, you know, ain't no integration, that kind of stuff, right? Black folks are there, one or the other, so they're there. So he said, okay, right? So they just say, we're going to take our money because we don't know what y'all doing over there. You have your own money, you have your own wealth. So what they do is they tell all the white folks, say, protect your money, right? Transfer your money into gold. Just all your dollars into gold. Okay. Now remember, they gave everybody $1 million apiece. So everybody got $1 million apiece, right? And so they transfer it to gold. And then what happens is that what they do is they start just printing money. White folks just start printing money. You understand what that means? That's inflation. Right? Because if you got $1 million of gold, a million ounces of gold, say 1 million ounces of gold, understand this, and you got 1 million certificates, then you say each certificate is worth 1 ounce. If you got 1 million ounces, each certificate is worth 1 ounce. Understand that? If you got 1 million ounces of gold and you got 1 million certificates, each one of those certificates is worth 1 million. You know, if you want to say trade with the certificates, each one of the certificates is worth 1 ounce of gold. Right? But if you take and print, you say you got 1 million ounces of gold and you got 1 million certificates, each one. But say you print twice as many certificates, you got 2 million. Well, then each certificate is only worth 50 cents now because you got to connect that to the gold. Well, you print 4 times, then each one is worth a quarter. So the more you print, the less they worth because those certificates has to equal what the gold is. You understand? So the more you print money, the less, right? The less they're worth. So if you print twice as much money, right, there's less gold. You understand? So if $1 is worth 1 ounce of gold, which that's right, then if you print double that amount of dollars, then each one's worth half an ounce. You understand? That's what printing money without increasing their wealth does. That's inflation. So what happens is they keep printing. They get down to where $100 is worth a penny. But see, that doesn't affect their people. They try to protect their money because they transfer their money to gold. So gold still has its value. It's just the dollars don't. It still got the same amount of gold. But the dollars, they get down to a penny. So you can't buy it. You had $1 million, now your $1 million worth of $5. That's what all this worth. $1 hardly worth anything. Hey, that's our money. You gotta have your own money, you control your own wealth. You can't keep coming at us what you're doing. And you think they wouldn't do that? Yeah, you been a Gaza lately? You see what happened to the trees they made with the so-called natives? Kept telling me you had a forked tongue because they kept making trees with them, then they broke the trees. And took their land and genocide and everything else. But no, they wouldn't do that to you. See? Because now you have, your money's worth nothing. They haven't lost anything. Because once that money's worthless, it's no good, right? Then you bury it up, throw it away, it's worth nothing. The people still got gold. And even if they take it, hold on to money, hope to increase again, they just use another different certificate, use another form of money. So it's still worth nothing. That $1 million you had, you so happy with now is probably worth maybe $1. So you can't buy anything with $1. Plus the economy's collapse because everything is failing, and you don't know how to repair it. You don't know how to build communications. You don't know how to do any of this stuff. You're not an engineer, build a house. You don't know how to do anything because Farrakhan didn't. Right? He didn't prepare you. He told you he'll give you 6 days. He told you, listen to me, right? So now you're broke, and your economy is gone. You have no food, no electricity, no power, anything, right? It's not their fault. They gave you what you asked for. You still had your inheritance for that. And then they closed the border. Because you want to try to get back into America now. We want to come back in, Master. No, we don't want you back in here. We sorry, we want to come in. No. That's what you chose. You stay there. They closed the border, so you can't get back in here. You can't get back in America, into what you could call your land now. Swaziland or something? Farrakhan. Maybe call it Travel Land. Farrakhan. Named after Farrakhan. Right? So they close the borders, you can't. Because now you're hungry and everything else, your money's worthless. Oh God, come back, Master, I'll come back work for you, I'll work for Popeyes, I'll do anything you want. No, remember, now blacks, either they over in Arabia or they in that land. There are no blacks in America, any places, just in that land that you 6 days. And now you're starving, you ain't got your money's worthless, nothing works, and they close the border. Right? And then you see Master, you on the phone, you talking to the guy that you kept treating, help you. Hey, we finally got rid of niggas. Finally got rid of them. See, on the phone. Yeah, it worked. We sold them no reparations. We sold them that used car. You turned the miles back and everything else, and they bought it. See? They could have had a BMW. They could have had a Lamborghini. They sold it for a BMW that looked good. Damn thing didn't work. And now they're starving, living in tents. Praying. So what? Then what next? What we gonna do, Farrakhan? You told us to take reparations, so we did. But they gave us everything we asked for. What we gonna do, Farrakhan? What we gonna do? Pray. That's his answer. Pray. That's your reparations. Like Elijah Muhammad said, he had a big picture. We leaving, and blacks staying on the shore, the ones stay behind, and they was whooping their ass. Right? Because they thought you think they want to give you some land and take care of you? You think they want to do that? And go bankrupt, give everybody $1 million? How much that is? If it's 17 million, that's 17 million times 17 million times a million is like $17 trillion, I think, something like that there. And they're gonna do all that for you. They want to get rid of you. So now they have succeeded. Because they closed the border, and what you gonna do? You gonna fight to come out? They closed the border. They got the military around there. They finally got rid of you. No more black problem, no more Negro problem anymore. One group's out of here, another group that's here. They're gone, and our hands are clean. We gave them what they wanted. Well, anything. Okay. God honors contracts. Remember, he honored the contract with Jacob. Esau sold his birthright for a bowl of soup to Jacob, which was Esau's inheritance, and God honored it. Okay, Jacob, it's yours. You're the one. And that's the deal. Because he ain't your friend. Farrakhan ain't your friend. Pray, pray, pray. That's the answer. And this homeland you was promised, you rejected it. So now you got what you asked for. So if they gave you reparations today or tomorrow, how would that scenario not play out like that? Well, they say, okay, you got it. Tell me how the scenario wouldn't play out like that. And tell me why they wouldn't do it. They love you so much, they're going to say, okay, we're going to take care of them. I mean, why should they go out their way to take care of you when you was right here? You was working at Popeyes and then they get up on Section 8, all that stuff right here, because they're trying to get rid of that stuff right now. Trump's trying to get rid of all that stuff right now. Because they're closing on you don't realize it. Anyway, that's just, that's what's happening over in America. Wow. Boys coming here. Disaster over there. And, I just got a call. Oh, wait, hold it. Really? You serious? Our ambassador just got a call from I don't know what they call it Conland or something. I forgot what it's something you call it right there. That 6th day. They're begging us to come and help. Can they come over here? Can we come and get them? Really? Can we come and get them and bring them? Oh no. Now he went and asked Master Farad Muhammad, right? He said, no, hell no. We ain't going to get them. And I agree with that. Yeah, the Master said he said, let's call him, and he passed the word to Master Farad Muhammad. Master Muhammad said, send him back. Master, no, we can't come and get you. You made your choice, live with it. Or die, whatever the situation is. Wow. I can't believe that. They actually, right, sent a message over. I don't know how they did. I don't have any communication with it. Somehow they got the information over to him. Said, would we please come and get him? Nope. Said, no, tell him no. And don't waste time communicating with us anymore. You got your land, you got your reparations, you got your money, you got Farrakhan as your leader. Yeah, tell him, talk to him, let him straighten out for you. He didn't want to sell you the idea. He was a salesman. So you on that idea of reparations. We told you. Right? Suleiman, right? He was the messenger to you, telling you, look, man, let's go home. You said no. You chose not to. Okay, brothers and sisters, that's a sad story. But I guess that's it. Is that it? Oh, they're not getting more reports on Okay, he says that was Master Prophet Muhammad's final decision, and I think they closed communications off from there. So, like I said, brothers and sisters, we got those guys that came in. All that came in today, man, came in fast. After a whole year. Total collapse. Now they're begging it, somebody help them. We can't do it. Maybe Master help you. We won't do it. Assalamu alaikum. Update, brothers and sisters, got another late report in that they said, well, if you want to come and get us, well, we at least send them some food. They begged, said, please send us some food. Master Muhammad said, we got to send them a damn thing, nothing, zero. He said, please just send us some food. No, I just got that in. He says, if you can't come and get us, please send us some food. He says, no, he refused. I said, boy, I just got the information from the ambassador. He said, they sent that, and he's read to me. He says, no. He said, please, just please send us some food. I said, no, no way. You made your choice, case closed. Okay, just got that in, brothers and sisters. Assalamu alaikum.